Ta-da! Seamless transition. The miracles of technology.
That's
Yeah, it looked
right.
like ND. Jeffrey looked like an NDE experience.
But welcome everybody to our, September 6th photo lounge image review. I have to mute my other computer here so I don't hear my awful voice twice. So we welcome everybody on the panel. We got John Ishii visiting us here tonight. He'll only be here for a short while. We're going to give him the stage for 10 minutes or so before he has to leave shortly. We've got Randall. We got Roy Bixby. We got our friend Chuck. Chuck Talks. We got David Stewart, who also is only going to be joining us for a little while tonight, I believe, unless we coerce him to stay or have to send him money in the mail. I'm not sure which. And then we have Gustavo, who is always an earthly presence and looks like my like a relative of mine, but I'll leave it at that. He has more facial hair than I do, but anyway, do you guys have? We'll go through the panel here, top to bottom, and then Gustavo last. Let us know what you've been up to, if you've done anything interesting lately, or if you're going somewhere interesting. We'll start with John and work our way down, and then say hi to everybody in the chat.
All right, hi guys. Sorry I haven't been around, but I've been kind of tied up. Been playing around with my YouTube and YouTube, not review, but my YouTube controversy. And then I've been going to this last 4 days is a huge camera show here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. So all the big guys are here. So I go out every day, not to buy anything, but just to chit chat with, hey, old friends. Hey, you still alive? You still around? That type of thing.
Yeah,
And
you don't want to say, "Hey, I thought you had passed."
Yeah, right. I heard. So it's great to have coffee with old friends I haven't seen in a long time and catch up. And then tomorrow, Diane and I are off to Bangkok, Thailand for a week, and we'll meet up with a friend. And we're going to this huge secondhand mall, and they have a gigantic camera shop there which specializes in vintage cameras and all kinds of curios from in photography. So I'll probably make a video on that. So that's what I've been doing.
Randall, I think you have a friend next to you.
Yeah, he's still here. He's getting better. So he has all of his shots. I'm trying to find a home for him, but no one wants to take him. So
I think he's yours. I hate to tell you that.
yeah, I know. So I'm still doing videos and stuff, and still working with the cat, trying to get him closer to this dog, and they just don't like it. Well, he likes the cat. He likes chasing the cat. The cat doesn't want anything to do with him. So
He's attached to you, Randall. You can't
I
get rid
know.
of him. You can't get rid of him now. It's too late, buddy.
So I don't think so.
You got the 24-hour rule. Once you get him, if you keep him after 24 hours, he's yours, man.
So anyway, so that's all I've been doing is I putting out the videos, and I've been taking a lot of photographs with different cameras, and just trying to keep busy.
And staying out of trouble.
And I don't walk the dog; he walks me. So
Yeah. Well, what you got to do to make it exciting is you got to put rollerblades on while you're walking them, and then it gets real fun. Roy, what you been up to?
I bought myself a little tripod head, medium size. I hate ball heads, and this one seems quite nice. By Newer,
okay.
US.
Huh.
Seems well
Compared
built.
to a big head, which I am.
So far,
But,
so good.
yeah.
The The thing is, it's got one knob and it goes 90 degrees,
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
so it's easier to use.
Yeah.
That's all I've done.
It's in small.
Not much else. A few bird photos I put in the show tonight.
Very good.
Mr. Chuck, what's up?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, I had a 75-foot pine tree that we had bowled up down and with some other stuff. And all this done today.
Oh my God.
And so I don't know how long I'm going to stay up. So if I take off running, you'll know why.
Yep. Yep. Your body's hurting right now.
Yeah,
We see your companion there. Mr.
Yeah.
yeah. Check him out.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, she likes getting petted. Oh, she's loving it.
Oh yeah.
But always good to see you, Chuck.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining. Appreciate it.
Yeah, great to see you, Chuck.
Thank you.
And Mr. Stewart, the man in the traveling camper.
Well, I've been out trying to take pictures of the stars, and
The key is you lay on your back and you look up.
that's what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, you keep.
I was wondering what was going on, because I was trying to use the star tracker and all the rest of that stuff, because I think what my biggest problem was is I figured astrophotography was simple. How difficult could this be? So I wanted to set it up so I can use my 500 millimeter lens and my D810A, and then I kind of figured, well, the difference between doing that and using my 70 to 200 on the same camera was about a factor of 4 or 8. So I shifted to the 70 to 200, running it at 200, and my exposures that I'm using are 300 seconds long. Now, let me tell you about the number of things that can go wrong. And I'm starting to approach N, and N is getting to be a 4-digit number right now, is getting well on its way to being infinity. So, and every night, like you think you solved all the problems tonight, so what can go wrong tomorrow night? And then it's the same thing all over again. And I'm glad I got a 2-week holiday because of the moon, because as the sun goes down, the moon comes up, and so can't shoot anything at night. So I came to town because my son is here, and he went off to visit his mother, so I could be here for a while. But it's cutting into my nap time because I used to nap now, so I can go and get up at night. But anyway, I'm trying astrophotography, and I haven't been successful. And it's I haven't looked at the pictures I produced in the last 2 weeks yet, so maybe I have none to look at. So I don't know. Anyway, so that's what I've been doing. So now, Gustavo, it's your turn.
Yeah. And by the way, later on when we talk about upcoming, David will be sharing some of his knowledge journey in the future about what he's trying to do. So anyway,
The way I look at it, if he loses one hair for every problem he has, by the time we see him 2 weeks from now, he'll look like us.
Yeah.
Gustavo, what do you got going on?
So I like Joker have been doing some projects here at home with in the backyard. So that have kept me busy over the last couple of weeks. to do some repair and some photography as well. So some of these projects will help me with my photography and build some. Um, or I have somebody to build for me a little pond and a couple of uh, flower beds so they can put flowers for the hummingbirds. So everything is going fine. I have been enjoying that. But even if I only had to do supervising by the end of the day, like Chuck was saying, I'm a little bit tired. So apart from that, nothing. A couple of trips coming up here local in the States with the Elrod and the fall colors. So everything fine.
Yeah, so you're making a, as they say, you're making a staging area on your property to
Mhm.
attract more wildlife and birds to your backyard.
Exactly.
There's nothing better than being able to sit on your rocking chair on the porch and take pictures at the same time.
I should call the lazy photographer.
Yeah, a lazy photographer.
The lazy wildlife photographer.
So let's say hi to everybody in the chat. Then make sure guys I don't miss anybody. We got Anita's here, and Robert Varner, Bob Our Photos, Jeff and Leslie, and Joe Digital. Good to see you. And yeah, we hope we have an awesome live stream. You never know. We get Ted here visiting us. Great to see you, Ted. Let me know if you found that Minolta yet. I keep looking for you, buddy. I haven't found one yet for you. We got Woody Mallory and Rakesh, and let's see.
Oh,
Who else do we got here? We got Jim Eads, Real Nikon Lovers here. Jim, I did sneak your photos in near the end of the show, so they are here. And we've got, let's see, 14 people here. So let's just start off with some messaging here. And I'm going to blow myself up here, I guess. Well, not quite that much. Let me get everybody here. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for coming. We have a loyal group of people that come here on the show and on the one we do the third week of the month as well. And now we really had to struggle a little bit this week to squeeze out 72 images. And like I said earlier, Joey snuck in with an email with a couple of shots that we'll show as well, bump us up to 74. I want to talk about something I've had conversation with Gustavo about earlier today and a trend that's going on with the channel in general of reduced viewership, significantly reduced viewership, and a big drop off. And so what I'm going to implore all of you folks that are here in the chat, everybody that's on the panel, is I'm asking for suggestions. If folks feel that we need to make changes or improvements to the show, we do this stuff for all of us that are here. I don't do it for me personally. Gustavo doesn't do it for him personally. And we don't do it for the money because there is none. We are not sponsored by Squarespace. So we do it because we have a joy of taking pictures. We want to share our journey with other people. We want other people to share their journey with us, and we want to enjoy each other's images on this photo review. So what I'm going to ask everybody to do is, like I said, if you have suggestions for either the image review that we do the first Saturday in a month, or the general discussion live stream that we have the third Saturday of the month, send any comments, good, bad, or the ugly. I don't care. I have a thick skin. Send them to selectiveimagery1@gmail.com, the same one that you send your photos to for the review. And I will disseminate that information and share it with those on the panel. And we will have discussions and see if we need to make changes, can make changes or improvements based on your comments. Also asking you, because we do not, just as Chuck did with his show, Our goal has never been to be a monetized channel. The way we look at it is if it ever happened, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not something I lose any sleep over. It isn't anything Chuck ever lost any sleep over. What I'm asking you to do is that if you have friends that are photographers and you truly do enjoy what we do with content, pass it on to your friends and let them know we exist. If you're a member of a camera club, once again, if you feel like sharing information and say, hey, if you want to come on a show where we have a great group of people, we just have a good time. We talk about just about everything. We do have structure, but we like to share images, and we only critique the pictures if people ask us to. We're not here to, we're here to support people's photographic journey, whether they're beginners or professionals. It doesn't matter. We want to just share what we do. And if somebody wants a critique, then we will give you a critique that's to the point, but polite and not derogatory, because I don't go for that. That's not what this channel is about. So if you're active on, I did put in I'm on Facebook, kind of, sort of, in theory. Haven't really been active on it. I did post something on Facebook to try to promote the channel and hopefully get people to come and visit. And I did meet some people in my photography during the week that hopefully will pop in and watch the show tonight. And so I'm trying to engage more with people who inquire what me and Bob are up to when we're out in the field, and let them know that we're part of a community here, and they might want to join us and kind of share the information more than I I don't like to self promote, but I'm trying to get more people here, because it was a struggle to get 72 images. I don't like to throw in, I always throw in a few extra of mine, and Gustavo does, and sometimes I got to ask folks for extra images after they sent them in to hit this threshold. And I'm not looking to have 500 people in the chat. I mean, we only average, during the show between like maybe 14 and 25. And I'd like to get it so that we have a strong 50. I'd like to have a strong 40 or 50 people that choose to embark on this journey with us. And so that way, when we want to have 70 images, if we have 50 people or 45 people, we're going to have more than enough images, and we only need people to send in a couple instead of 4, 5, 6 of them or more to try to have enough to have a good show. And like I said, the show's not a business. We try to adjust it. We've tried to adjust the format of this show to make it more pleasing to those who are nice enough to be here with us when we do it.
And we like the community, correct? Jeff?
Yeah, and just so you know, for the record, selling my soul to the devil is not an option.
Exactly.
Not doing that. I'll let Gustavo sell his soul, but I'm keeping mine for myself. I'm not going to do it. But that's it. That's enough of that. And before we get into the photo review, I'm going to let John talk about anything John wants to talk about. We haven't had him here in a while, so let me pull him in on the big screen and let John have the floor for a little bit, because I know he has limited time with us tonight. So welcome, Mr. Ishii. Long time no see.
Yeah, good to see you guys.
Good to see you.
I've been kind of MIA for a bit. Two things. One is this. I've been kind of busy on this on my channel. Is this Hasselblad X2D X2D2, and in short, what had happened was, my wife Diana, she's really into Hasselblad. She's super into it. So she decided to, why not, upgrade. So therefore, upgrade, right? 1 to 2, got to be better. So then we went to the camera shop and got it and happy. Then all of a sudden, when we took it home, we took a look at the LCD screen. This is a little odd. It's got kind of a blue cast to it, It's just a little bit odd. It didn't match up perfectly. So then we went back to the camera shop and then compared it to the X2D to the X2D and found out that it's off. So everyone's scratching their head trying to figure out, what the heck is going on. And then we decided, well, maybe it's the not auto white balance, but the auto LCD brilliance, So turn that off, and that helped a little bit in just move the slider a bit to help improve the contrast, but that really didn't work. And then finally, Diana dug deep, deep, deep into it and worked on it for about an hour and found out that in order to get it as close as possible, is that you got to go to the menu, you go to general, and then you go to service, and then you scroll all the way down to the bottom, and it says this one icon. It says sensor calibration. Well, what the heck is that? So in other words, it's a sensor calibration to the lens. It's not an update; it's a calibration. Each so she had to take each lens that she had, which is a few of them, and then calibrate them, which takes 17 minutes, and then your battery's got to be full, blah, blah, blah. So it's a really annoying thing. Number one. Number two is they found out that the older XCD lenses are not compatible with this new camera. So if you have the older XCD lenses, your AFC, the new AFC, autofocus continuous, is not going to work. All right. Now, this was not really disclosed.
So you can still use it in single shot mode.
You can still use it in single shot.
Yeah.
But if you have the other legacy lenses, these XCD, which are not that old, right? It's not going to work in AFC.
Yeah.
Well, come on, right? And then you go to HDR, and which is a new whiz bang thing, and then you go to HDR mode, and then you find out, hey, under manual mode, it doesn't work. It only works in aperture priority, JPEG, and program. Well, why, right? So then we talked to these guys at DJI, and so, well, I don't know, we never heard of this thing. Nobody in Sweden told us. so then I posted this, and then of course it went viral, and people got really upset, and a lot of people were supportive of this as well. Gee, I'm not going to buy it. Why should I upgrade if they have all these issues? And if you look at the influencers and the YouTubers, what do they tell you? They just tell you they get the X2D2 and it comes with the brand new 5100 lens. So of course they're not going to have any issues, right? And they never had the X2D to compare. So unless you had an X2D to compare, you're not going to know. Correct?
Exactly.
So then people say, well, read the menu. Okay, read the menu. So here's how this works, sports fans. How many of you go and read the menu? I mean the manual, right? So you
I'm the oddball.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
the oddball.
But you read the manual after you purchase it, correct?
I have typically read as much as I can about something before I buy it.
No, you mean reading the manual. So how many of us download the technical manual of a camera or a device before you even purchase it? Nobody.
Yeah.
So
I have, but that's the engineer in me. So
that's the engineer. But most of us aren't engineers. They just buy it, right? And these days, when you buy it, that 3-inch manual doesn't come with it. You got to download it,
right?
Correct? So when you look, so even then, they don't even publish that manual until later on.
Yeah, you get the 10-page junk manual that doesn't tell you much other than all the warnings, like it may get warm, it may do this, it may do that.
Exactly. So nobody does this. So then, okay, you buy the camera, then you read the manual. Well, you've already spent $7,000. Then you read the manual, find out, hey, wait a second, they're telling me it can do this, but it can't do that, and it can't do this. Well, I want my money back. Well, good luck, sports fans, taking that camera back, and says, hey, you know what? It's not what I thought. I want my money back, and they'll just tell you, you already opened it, bro.
Oh my
You
God.
know, you're gonna take a 30% hack right off the top,
Yeah, and a restocking fee, right?
and a restocking fee. You know, maybe B&H, you know, or like you buy something at Nordstrom's, hey, you wear it and take it back. I don't want to get a refund. Well, it don't work like that out here. You know, you're an owner. So then people are telling me, oh, you know, you're an amateur. You don't read the manual. Read the manual. Come on, give me a break, right? So then anyway, this whole thing exploded into a million pieces. So finally, it is what it is. You know, it's it's not a whiz bang thing. But my suggestion, if you want one of these Hasselblad, I strongly suggest you go get a X2D with the XCD lenses, because those guys have traded them in, and you get it for what, half the price, and you're still going to get the same exact outcome.
Now you obviously have the you know, numerous Fuji medium format cameras, and now correct me if I'm wrong, because this isn't from my firsthand experience, but it seems like most folks who have talked about the Hasselblad, the you know the previous version that you have as well, that they do feel that the color science on the Hasselblad is nicer than the Fuji. Do you have that same opinion?
Well, okay, here's my opinion with that. If you're into fine art photography, landscape, and stuff like that, the colors in the hospital are amazing. They are very, very attractive. They're fantastic. Okay, but here's what separates the from the boys from the men, is that the Fuji is set up for the commercial photographer. All right. So when you do a job for say a hair commercial or food and stuff or products, the client wants, they don't want to see really vibrant colors and, oh God, that is so nice. They want to see exactly what their product looks like. So it's two different things. Yeah, you can shoot product, but the Fuji's colors are very, very precise, because it has to be, because it's for a lot of people use it for commercial use, right? The red has got to be exactly the way your client's red is on their product is going to be like. So that's a big difference. Number two, the Fuji has a lot more extensive lenses, professional lenses,
Yeah.
and they have tilt and shift lens. And the tilt and shift lens is extremely important, as Roy would know. That can make or break you. That would make you, that would get you a job or not get you a job, is to have that tilt and shift. It's very, very important. Hasselblad doesn't. So it's two different animals. So that's why you can have both. If you're a pro and you're going to do commercial work, I strongly suggest Fuji. Okay, although it doesn't have the leaf shutter and all this blah blah blah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference. And we have both. You know, both Diane and I have uh Hasselblad and GFX
Yeah.
2, GFX 100S2. In fact, she just yesterday she bought the 55 mm 1.7 GF lens. Unbelievable lens. Amazing. So that's the story on that. Number two, completely different. I decided to, and I'm working with a bunch of other guys, to do a master class workshop here in Malaysia. All right. 5 days. So you guys get the preview. It's going to be 5 days of intensive photography from the time you arrive to the time you leave. And it's inclusive of 5-star hotel, all your meals, transportation here in KL. And then first day we do street photography, then with models. And then we go to these caves. And then we go see Mr. Wu give a talk on all whatever he wants to talk about. Then Fujifilm is going to come in to talk about film simulation and their products. Everyone gets a like a $100 to $150 voucher and goodie bag, which they can spend at the YL camera, and all the meals and a professional what do you call lighting classes. Teach you how to do all kinds of portrait lightings or whatever kind of lightings you want. Pro Photo will be involved with us. So um, hopefully I'll get that put together.
John, how much are these going to cost?
Okay, I'm looking at about $3,500,
All right.
and that's for intensive 5 days. I mean, from the time you get up to the time you go to bed. I mean,
Yeah.
you're going to be doing night scenes. You're going to be doing the whole works all day long. Transportation, food, everything.
Randall will loan you his German Shepherd to wake everybody up on time if you want.
And there's only going to be between five and 10 people.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping Gustavo will come.
Oh my God! Yes.
And then you
Wildlife as well, correct? You go to the caves.
yeah, we're going to go to Batu Caves, and then it's going to be a lot of heritage things. You shoot the Indian culture, the Malay culture, the Chinese culture.
And then you guys have to go visit Sanjit while you're there.
Oh yeah, yes. I talked to Sanjit. Maybe
Yeah.
we'll squeeze in the wildlife thing.
There you go. Squeeze in a little trip to see the hornbills.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, everything is conducted in English, and so I'm working on that.
Well, keep us posted, and when you have everything kind of firmed up, we'll have you come on and do another pitch and lay out everything for everybody in the audience here.
Definitely a new endeavor and an adventure, correct? Because
Yeah, it's a full meal deal. I mean, you there's more than you can eat.
Sounds like it's going to.
My friend Bob would tell you you've never seen me eat, but we won't go there.
You got beautiful models, everything.
Well, thanks for coming in. I hope you stick around for a few of the photos that are popping up here that we're going to start in a minute. And wish you the best of luck. I hope you have a good time with the show that you're going to go see, and all the vendors and all the gear. And I know that would get me hyped up pretty good. So
Diana wants to go see this talk by Adam. He's a renowned portrait and commercial photographer, and he went to school at Brooks Institute in Santa Barbara when they were in. And he's, oh my God, his Hollywood glamour shots, like Rita Hayworth style, the old days, the glamour pictures, Bob Cummings and all that type of stuff. I don't know if you remember those guys in the 50s and 60s. Oh man, I tell you, it's amazing. His lighting is incredible.
Very
so
good.
We're going to go see that.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and keep in touch and visit the show more often. And
of course,
and I'll twist your arm for you and the wife to send in some images for next month.
Okay. I'm really sorry about that. I thought you had 70 pictures, and I go, well, that's odd.
Hey, we've shown as many as almost 100, so I have no fear. Okay. I have no fear staying up a little bit later to show people's work. That's
okay.
A lot of fun.
Okay, we'll do it in the next one.
Yeah, we always appreciate your Diana talent. Okay?
Well, we go back. I mean, I got to tell Chuck that if it wasn't for Chuck, this wouldn't have happened. How many years ago, Chuck? 4 years? No.
Yep.
I mean, Chuck has been instrumental in getting all his buddies together all over the world.
Exactly.
He touched everybody all through the world, which is just amazing. Some of us are still here, some of us are gone, but end of the day, if it wasn't for Chuck to bring us all together, we wouldn't be buddies like we are now.
Yeah. And the funny thing is most of us age except for Chuck.
Yeah. That's another thing.
Which I really that bothers me.
All right, guys.
Anyway, let's swing into the photo review, guys. Give me a couple seconds just to bring up the.
Review, and then we discuss news and rumors later.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
So I will find the screen here, and we will do a. Let's see. Let me make that bigger. And I got to bring up my cheat sheet. I got everything is buried behind something else, obviously, folks. So you got to bear with me for a second because I got to have my. I have to have my cheat sheet here for who did what. And
I had a little piece with just turtles. I went out the other day and spotted a couple of people shooting turtles.
Oh,
I guess I could have sent them on to you.
do
hey, send them to me any time, and we'll drop them in on the next show.
All right,
or at the end of this one if you send it right now, for sure. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, you send them in an email to me. I'll squeeze them in at the end of the show.
Exactly.
It's okay.
No, that we like to see what you're doing. You as John was saying, you are the owner of this community here. So for sure, send us, please.
All right.
All right. Okay, Mr.
Okay, so we're going to start off the first images we got going on here.
Bob,
are going to be Bob Reppert, because right now we've pushed Bob's bedtime out a little bit farther than usual.
Exactly.
We have Bob, and then we have two phases of images. You'll see the first phase of images that Gustavo sent in, and then you'll see some that near the end of the show. And then we got images from Luis. So those are the first three parties that we're going to show images for. So the first two images from Bob here are of ghost crabs, and we were on the beach, North Beach at Huntington Beach State Park in Murrells Inlet, South Carolina, and these crabs are kind of hard to get pictures of, only because they sense vibrations so easily. It's just people walking on the sand on the beach, and the shock waves from people walking really do travel pretty far, and they will just like go right back in their burrow, and you see the holes in the sand, but you don't see any of the crabs. So you have to be really patient, and you have to kind of like look ahead, probably I'd say a good 30 feet or so, 20 feet or farther away from where you're standing, and look far ahead and look for these burrows and see when you can actually see one that's out, and then approach very, very cautiously, and have a fairly long glass lens on your camera, 600 millimeter to 800 millimeters recommended, and be able to get these. So these two images are of the ghost crab cleaning out its burrow, and you can see the clump of sand in its legs there. And then the next image, it actually there it hurls it. And Bob got a great photo, because the ones I tried to catch of these guys cleaning out their burrows, none of mine had the big clump flying in the air like this. By the time they threw it, it was all little pieces of sand going everywhere. And Bob got the nice big clump, being the throwing the softball at the next crab living next door here. So he did a nice job of getting that. And so then we went from he called it throwing out the trash. So we went from crabs to getting off the beach and going into the wooded area, still at the north end of the park, where we found a red-bellied woodpecker sticking its face out of a little hole in a tree. And Bob got a couple shots here of that. And there you see the whole bird and nothing but the bird. So
Beautiful, beautiful.
Bob likes to give people the bird, folks. So here you go.
Nice colors, Bob. I like that the colors. Nice, nice, nice.
And speaking of colors, a bird that you may see near feeders from time to time, and you try to wait for them to get on a branch or somewhere else. Rarely do you find them in the wild. We've been lucky to find them a few times, but this is actually near the feeders. They got some potted plants, and they got the little fake resin sticks stuck in the pots. And this painted bunting decided to fly down from the feeder and land on one of these sticks and take a break. And the people have come from literally all over the country to come down here to see this particular bird.
Yeah.
It's one of the most colorful birds that you're going to see, in this area, in this part of the United States.
I will camp around this bird for a couple of days.
Yeah.
They're beautiful. And you say, so what is the situation?
Painted bunting.
Yeah, but what is the situation with regard to where are they with respect to you guys as photographers? They're coming
Well,
into.
this particular one is near the nature center.
Okay.
And they have some feeders, and then they have some potted plants below the feeders, and he decided to drop down to the potted plant area. We have maybe on 2 occasions found one while we were walking through the trails in the woods,
Yes.
but it's really, really you're really lucky if you find one when you're walking through the woods. Let's put it that way. You kind of have to find an area like they like to hang out, which is near food, and then you wait for them to get. You try to get them on a branch when you can, but they're just so beautiful that you kind of want to get them almost anywhere except for feeder shots if you can help it.
Exactly.
But they are gorgeous. Now the female. This is the male, and the male species for most birds are usually much more colorful than the females are. Not in all cases, but in most cases. And the female is, I think, is kind of like a dull greenish color. It doesn't really have much color to it at all. The male is absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, and it's not that as a bird, the females of these ones are also pretty, not as pretty as the male, but they're also nice. So,
Yeah.
Bob, keep it going. See if you can get more photos of these guys because you, Jeff, I mean, these guys are really, really choy.
Yes, they are. They're really, really worth your while. But the sad thing is, what makes Bob and I laugh is people come in and they see the photographers, and the first thing they want to know is where the alligators are. They never say, where are the painted buntings? Where are the ospreys? Where are the eagles? Where's this? Where's that? It's always, where are the alligators?
Exactly.
It's like okay. After you've seen a few hundred alligators, they don't kind of like interest you too much anymore unless they're eating something. Let's put it that way. So that's it from Bob. So Bob, you can go to bed now. Thanks for
Very good, Bob.
sharing your images, my friend. And we move on to your images, Gustavo. Your first set of images that you sent in.
Okay. All right. So this is a hook barrel cactus. So this is during my trip to Utah. Actually, I wanted to photograph a lot of the flowering cactus, but this year I went a little bit late in the season. Found some flowers. They were still okay, but I think next year I need to come maybe a couple of weeks earlier, and I would have been able to do more. So this photo here, if I recall correctly, and I don't have my cheat sheet here with me, but I think I took this one with a 20 millimeter lens or
You got 24 to 120
24 to
at
120.
75 millimeters with the Z8.
Exactly, and you can see what I was trying to get it is to get the background correct of the red rock mesas in the background, and they still have the features there. So I when I took this photo, I was thinking about Martin Hill, correct, because it
Yeah.
takes a lot of good botanical photos, and the cactus flowers are fantastic. So early in the morning, I love the cactus petals. They're almost silk like, so it almost look fake. So I was trying to get basically the cactus in their own environment type of photo.
Well, and this is a nice when using this lens is you get the nice perspective where the flowering cactus actually looks bigger than the rock formation in the background just because of the type of lens you're using.
Of course, you have to kneel in the ground
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
get there. And I know we cannot do that, but if we zoom, let's try to zoom in, you can see why it's called uh, fish hook cactus. Because all of the spike has a little bit of a exactly. You can see there's a termination that look. So if you get entangled with this, it can be quite painful. Thank you, Jeff. So
Yeah.
so that's the first. Okay.
So we got number 2.
Number two here. And by the way, in the initial part, purposely, I was avoiding hummingbirds because you. I,
Oh,
I
don't worry. We do have hummingbirds from other people in the presentation.
okay,
So
I was trying to use a hummingbird, but so we have been visiting here a local uh, botanical garden, and so opportunities to do a lot of photography. Of course, we haven't had that many insects, so uh, but in the botanical garden was good. So they have like a butterfly area, and in that area, this is one of the Fia coral queen butterfly. Right? So it show you here a butterfly again taken with the. I think again this is a 24 to 120. This is kind of my default lens when I'm doing general photography. But I like the obviously the colors and, and showing up the photos. When you zoom in, you can talking about a zoom that is very sharp. If you zoom in here, Jeff, you can even see every single scale on the butterfly. So
it's like a high definition image. I mean, the 24 to 120 is really I mean, it's not a macro lens, but it's a beautiful close focus lens. And it's really, really, it's just such a good lens for so many different things. It just really is.
I tell you, that goes into my bag, even when I'm doing bird photography, because I know if I want to take something, landscape or something quick, there, that's the lens that I default to. So, excellent travel lens. All right.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Now your
This butterfly looks like it has bugs on its tail, or right beside the tail on the wings.
Oh,
Those three black things.
two little spots here.
Yeah.
no, I think they are
I
part
don't
of
know if that's part of the wing or it's got a passenger. I don't know.
So this is a butterfly that is always related to the monarchs, correct? But here in this area, here in the foothills and the end of the prairies, we get these more of the queen butterfly than monarchs. Certainly here in Denver, we are not in the flight. We don't see as many monarchs as we see this one. All right.
Now your next shot, I'm definitely jealous because Bob and I hear these suckers almost all the time, and we can never see them anywhere. And you got one, so I'm jealous of you, big time.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So I took this one. I know that we got some people here that are into amphibious, particularly Mr. Luis. So here there was a nice light on this pond, and actually there were like 4 or 5. interacting. So I actually was photographing hummingbirds, but then in the pond there were some of these guys, and I used a 600 millimeter, right, to take this photo. But like to see that all the detail on these guys. So in here in Coral, these are invasive, these bullfrogs, right? But they are beautiful and
Yes,
nice.
they are. It's nice. It's nice. So you got it basically half its body in the water and half of it sticking out.
Uh,
So your last image for the first set of photos you sent in is this one here.
exactly. So walking around again in this botanical garden. Uh, this is an American goldfinch. A little bit later in the season, so the plumage is a little wear off, but they were nice, and they are collecting a lot of seeds, these are specialized seed eaters, and when you have all these flowers that are already late in the summer, and you can find them almost reliably, and I like the kind of, it was in a little creek uh, with a shadow, so difficult to photograph. This guy, yellow, is very difficult to get it not to blow out, and actually find out that reds and yellows are sometimes tricky colors for the camera to get them processed and reproduced properly. Uh, Otherwise, they will look too yellow. And this American goldfish has a little bit of tint of green, right? But we caught it there in the action of taking some seed from the flower.
Well, it's a beautiful bird, and it's kind of ironic that it's a yellow bird with the yellow flowers.
Exactly, and I love to photograph them with flowers. So this area here, Jeff, this botanical garden, definitely has a lot of potential to get a lot of stuff as well, including a lot of insects, as you saw the butterflies, and later on I show you in the second batch something else. But I kept my promise initially not to show any hummingbirds, but I know who we chose some hummingbirds afterwards.
Yes, yes, yes. There are hummingbird shots, folks. So
Thank you,
don't throw any egg at your computer screen.
exactly.
Um, so our next guest is of images are from Luis, and his first image is happens to be of a hummingbird, of a broad-billed hummingbird, and his information on this was he took this with the ZF, the 600 PF, f7.1, 1/800th of a second, ISO 1400, plus zero point 0.3 EV, taken in May 2024 in the Ash Canyon Bird Sanctuary in Arizona. He says the bird was in the shade under a canopy of a large tree. So obviously that makes it a little more fun to in post, because it's the hummingbird's going to be dark and your background's not going to be dark because that's in the sunlight. So it makes for a picture that requires a little bit of fun in post. But that's the challenges of nature photography.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
This is from Arizona, correct?
Pardon?
This is from Arizona.
Arizona, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. His next image he sent in, probably not going to pronounce it right, is of a lesser volatier, I believe it's pronounced. And we'll have that coming up here in a second. You should see it on the screen. This was with the Z9 with the 600 PF at f8, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 10,000 plus 1.7 EV.
Wow.
He says this is a hummingbird from what he calls the intermediate and high mountain areas from Central America and the Andes. So this was taken at about 2,600 meters or 8,500 feet. The light was good because it was overcast. The high shutter speed, he needed to use that because the bird was moving around a lot. And that's why the ISO is as high as it is. But, ISO 10,000 when you have reasonably good light, is something that you can clean up quite easily with software nowadays. Beautiful shot.
Definitely beautiful.
Yep. His next image is of a Taiwan whistling thrush.
Wow.
This is at Alisan National Recreation Forest in Taiwan. This is with the Z8 with the 600 PF as well. F63, 1/2000th of a second, ISO 25,600 at minus 0.7 EV. It's an endemic bird to Taiwan. And as with the previous picture, he had to use the high shutter speed to freeze the tail as best he could. That was going up and down on the bird. But he's also in a forest environment where you got to deal with mixed lighting. So the ISO sometimes, the main thing is you get the shot. For people that'll say, oh, you should have been able to shoot this at ISO 400 or whatever. Well, obviously you don't do nature photography, number one, and number two, the most important thing is you get the subject, you capture an image of what you went to get, and the settings, the heck with the settings, they end up where they end up. The main thing is you got the image of what you wanted to get. You deal with everything else the best you can.
It almost looked like a garden ornament, correct? So well posed.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Thank you, Luis.
Now his last image that he sent in, and boy, I should send you the spelling on this sucker and let you pronounce it, Gustavo.
Okay.
A large. I'm going to bring it up here. This is a large Samodromus, I believe it's called.
Okay.
It's with the Nikon D90, the 70 to 300 G lens at 280 millimeters, f14, 1/320th of a second, ISO 200 at minus 1.3 EV. This is south of Lisbon, Portugal.
Wow.
It says it's a common terrestrial lizard from southwest Europe and northwest Africa. The males in some populations get a very bright red head for a few weeks in the spring. And then he says Samodromus is Greek for to run on sand.
Oh.
So I'm sure it runs on sand pretty well.
Yeah. Oh, it's a great capture. I mean,
Yeah.
these are not easy to get. And,
Yeah, it reminds me of what we have down here that we call skinks.
exactly.
Now the next images coming up are from Jeff and Leslie
Okay.
and David Stewart and Anita Stewart.
Beautiful.
So those are the next three coming up to bat here, and we will start with Jeff and Leslie's first image here, and this is a nice macro shot, wonderful macro shot. He says taken after a summer rain shower. You can see the bead of water here on the grass. This is in his backyard. This is with the Canon R7 with the 100 millimeter RF macro lens, and it's a common house fly. But
wow,
flies we love to try to swat when they sneak into the house. I have one in my house right now. I had two this morning. I killed one. I got one left that's giving me a hard time.
Zoom in a little bit if you can, Jeff. I want to see. How much of the compound eye he managed to get here. The light was beautiful.
Yeah, yeah. Especially when this white area here isn't totally blown out. I mean, he nailed it.
Exactly.
He nailed it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Now his next few images, and this is a family show, so we try to ignore what I say here or how I word it. But I'm taking this quote from the author here of the shot.
Zoom in, zoom in, zoom in.
This is the resurrection lily, also known as the naked lady, because the leaves come off of these in the spring. They die off in late summer, a stalk with beautiful tiny lily flowers emerge with no leaves, and that's why they call it naked.
Oh my God.
And so then his next image is another one of the naked lady lily here. Um, Obviously, here it is not opened up yet, but it has all the dew on it, or remnants of a rainstorm.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then his last one that he sent in, I found very interesting and unique. Is he had he captured this? You look right here. Okay,
Okay.
he captured that tiny crab spider
Yeah.
inside of a black-eyed Susan flower. So that is a small crab spider right there, and believe me, you don't see that unless you're making a point of looking for something like that. You don't usually catch that with your eyeball when you're just doing a quick glance at a flower when you're out in nature. So you have to. It pays to stop and do a careful examination of certain types of flowers, because you never know what you're going to find inside of them.
Exactly. And this crab spider, I mean, I never seen a baby one, correct? Because
Yeah.
typically, in proportion, they are tremendous predators, correct? They mimic the colors of the flower where they live, but proportionally, there's a lot bigger. So this is like a 1/10 of a regular size crab spider. Uh,
Yeah.
Great capture, great capture.
So Jeff and Leslie have been very busy with moving and working on two houses, cleaning out two houses, and so they haven't exactly had a million hours extra to go out and take pictures. So that a lot of these were from just around the house. But see, you don't just shows you that with creativity and patience, you don't have to go far to get a good picture.
And when you go macro, there is a jungle out there in every single garden that we have. You can do a great safari in your own house.
Yep. Yep. So thank you, Jeff, for sending these in. I appreciate it very much. And we now move on to she was on the step. Excuse me for a second, guys. If you didn't see her on the step, she must be on the couch.
Okay.
We're looking for the dog. Wife's looking for the dog. The dog's ignoring me while I'm doing the show tonight, folks, which is highly unusual. She's usually at my feet, but we have a little landing before you get to the top of the stairs, because the staircase goes up for a while, and then you got to take a right hand turn and go up like 4 steps. And she's sitting on the landing and didn't want to come in the office with me here for the show today. So I guess she's mad at me for some reason. So next image here is from Mr. Stewart. We'll bring this up, and this is David's home away from home, right, Dave? The last couple of weeks, anyway.
Yeah, and I'm out again. This is for any of you people who want to look it up in Google Maps. This is Wild Horse Creek. It's a rustic campground. There's no services. For me to get into this area, I had to wait for the weather to be right. And from what I can gather, this is an old clearing that was made when they built as one of the roads into the Saskatchewan River crossing.
Wow.
And it's this is not, this area here that I'm in is not flat. I had to dig holes for my trailer wheels are 6 inches deep, so I could make the thing level, so my fridge would work. But this is what gets me onto a location, and then I got enough solar power to run my cameras, which sometimes takes a lot. But this is what I had to look at. It's on the right behind those three spruce trees that are sticking up. That is actually snow on top of that mountain. It's a glacier that's there all year round.
Great location, Trevi.
Oh, it was a great location. It was I was between 60 and 100 kilometers away from reliable cellular service. So if you want to be remote, this is a good place to go. But surprisingly, is in the campground. Well, there are about 30 other campers, but they are in the built-up area that actually had a road in. This one didn't, and 4 of them had Starlink, which is so that's for those people that want to get away from it all but can't get away from it all. Yeah, and I found that kind of interesting, but this is part of my photography equipment. It gets me into remote locations, and I've got it out there now. And not last night, but the night before, I had the camera set up for time lapses. Is only about 2 meters from my trailer, and for most of the last week, I was trying astrophotography, and I set up 30 meters away. So it was close. It cuts down on travel time once you get out, and it's it's a great addition to anybody's camera bag.
Oh yeah. And you don't get many grizzlies around that area, Dave?
Say again?
Do you get grizzlies around that area?
Of course. Well, what do you think this is? You know?
Exactly.
Yeah, and the only thing is, this time of the year, the grizzlies were up higher, and
Exactly.
they should be coming down anytime. And but there were very few berries around for them to eat. So if a grizzly came through, it'd clean out all the berries in very short order.
Wow, great location and beautiful foreground for your Astro as well.
Oh yeah, but
Yeah.
you're gonna have to start calling me Linus, because to the north there was a mountain that captured a cloud, and like it obscured the pole star.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and on two nights in a row, the clouds would come and go everywhere else except for this one cloud that's obscuring the pole star. So it's I'm becoming to look like you, Gustavo.
Exactly.
Yeah, less hair in my head.
All right.
Yeah. It's going to happen soon, quicker than you think, David. You're doing that.
I know. Anyway,
And this is with the 24 to 120 for those of you, as we can never crow enough about the 24 to 120. If you don't have one in your kit, I'm telling you right now, get one.
yeah, and I ordered the Mark II.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's something that we don't. You know something that we don't know. So
No,
anyway,
no, it's not that. It's I did it on speculation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's putting money down on lenses that he hopes to come out.
Maybe I can convince the Nikon gods to come out with a Mark II that doesn't telescope. You know, because they did it out with the 24 to 70. You know, and they're the first company that came out with that. So hopefully they can do it with the 24 to 120.
exactly. Well, we'll talk about that later.
We'll go to your next image here.
Yeah, and this is a heavily cropped image here, and it's some of the very rare wildlife that I saw, and I shot this from a location just in front of my truck, and it's on the river, which you can see was a long ways away. You know,
Hey, the thing is, you got it. You're at 840 millimeters here with
yeah,
the TC on your 600 f4,
yeah,
TC enabled.
Exactly.
and
But
heavily
see,
cropped.
here's when it comes down to the big thing is you got the shot. You
Well,
got your,
that's the big thing. I got the shot.
yep,
That's all that counts.
yep. And here's your next image with the 100 to 400 millimeter zoom at 220 millimeters.
And on my first shot, when I mentioned the mountain that was off to the right with the glacier on top, this is that mountain.
Yeah.
And when I was there, that's actually fresh snow that fell when I was there at night.
Yes.
You know,
Beautiful glacier shot for
well,
sure.
and it gets a little bit cool at night. It's not that bad, not enough to freeze the water. But where I was last night, we had frost on the solar panels for the last 2 mornings. So it's starting to get cooler here. But
So at night you got a little bit of moisture in the air, then, huh?
it depends, and because I had no radio and no cell, and I was using my satellite phone, and so my son was sending me a weather forecast in 14 characters or less for today's and tomorrow's weather. So it was
That's where
it was almost like each character cost $1.
that's where that Starlink pays, David.
Well, it's I'm using that now on from Rogers. They have a satellite texting on a 5G phone that you can subscribe to,
Yes.
and it doesn't work all the time. It's still in beta, and with my phone I can tell, or actually I can watch the satellites come and go. So I know when to send the message. If
Yeah.
you're sending out 1 or 2 lines of text, you're okay most of the time. If you want to get verbose and be up to 6 lines, it could take 5 or 10 minutes for that piece of text to go.
But definitely good for an emergency.
Well, yeah, it works for that.
Very good.
So we'll move on to your next one here. This is with
And
the
this is available light at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Ooh.
this is with is this a what is this with a Nikon lens 28114 or is this with
No.
or is
This
this
is
a off brand
with the Sigma.
Sigma? Okay.
So
So
today
is this like their art lens? An art lens?
Yeah, it's a Sigma art,
Art lens. Okay.
and I really like it because lots of times this will autofocus in the dark.
okay.
On a Z8.
So they that greenish color is because of the light coming through the clouds at night.
Well, it's a combination of that, and I set the color temperature, so
Oh, okay.
all my cameras match relative because I set it so that it matches the colors for my D810A.
Okay.
So they are shifted a bunch,
Oh,
but kind of did that on purpose. I
okay.
think I used color temperature of 3820,
All right.
but you can see the stars in the upper left in this picture
Yes.
Yeah.
and across the top.
Yes.
But just because it's dark outside and you're a long ways from anything, and if this isn't a deep sky location, I don't know what is, because they're just nothing handy, and they can still do stuff like this, and that exposure is not outrageous.
But David, also you have a little bit of a lot of still maybe later in the season when the air becomes drier, correct? It would be even better, correct, for this to try because it
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a problem that I have right now.
exactly too
It,
much.
it is you got smoke and humidity, and when you get the moon out, you just can't see
Wow,
anything. You know, it's I've got a time exposure I took looking north, and I could actually see the Big Dipper, and that's because the way conditions are, you can't see any dim objects. You can only see bright ones.
exactly.
Yeah,
Oh, here's his next image here for the his 10 millimeter Laowa lens,
yeah,
f2.8.
yeah. And this is it's a beautiful lens too. You know, and
Single
like,
exposure.
yep,
Excellent. Exactly.
that's how come the clouds are moving.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's like another example of what you can do at night.
Beautiful.
Clouds are actually just running away from the photographer.
Oh yeah, yeah. Anyway, it's just to make life interesting, you know.
The subjects never want to hang around when they see a camera.
Yeah.
And David sent in his last image here is his getting into his experimentation phase of his new astrophotography life.
And this is my first astrophoto worthwhile showing, and like I was shooting for a week and I haven't downloaded any pictures yet. So
Deep sky.
yeah, yeah, it's
You
a
always
DSO.
exactly.
It's I think this is the North American Nebula, and it's 12 exposures of 2 minutes each.
Wow.
So that's a 24-minute exposure, and everything was working that night, and it hasn't happened since. So I fluked it. Yeah.
Okay.
No, you tell everybody that you planned it and it worked out according to plan. Perfect.
And I got a bridge to sell you.
Because that's what all the pros do. The pros are kind of like and I'm just saying this jokingly for those of you that are pros out there that may be watching. Is this is a joke, so don't get upset. But I'm just gonna say pros are like gamblers. Gamblers, they always tell you when they win. They don't tell you when they lose.
Exactly.
Pro photographers only show you their best work. They don't show you that it took 500 images or to get that one that you're seeing when they do a show. They don't tell you about the 500 or 1,000 that they threw away. And the reality is you throw away 100 times more easily than what you ever keep.
Yeah, it's just amazing what's there, because I've got a computer that runs my camera, and and I've got a guide scope, which is a second telescope with a camera on it for aligning my star tracker, and it's and this computer, it's based on a Raspberry Pi, so it's really small, but it knows what it is pointing at, and and there's lots of times when in a photo like this, there'll be up to 6,000 stars. Now it's it's hard to say, is that noise or that stars, because there's just that many there.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is, I just use the light shots. Anybody's into astro, you got lights and darks and all the rest of this stuff, but this is just the lights for that I put this together. But I am using pixel shift on this, so it takes a couple of pictures and then it moves the camera a little bit and takes another shot, so that you and when it puts them together, it averages all this out, so you don't see your hot pixels, and you don't see your meteors and your satellites and all the rest of that other stuff because the software takes them all out. So when it's working great, it's fantastic, and otherwise, we'll all look like Gustavo. Yeah. Anyway.
But just a little bit of a promo. This this deep astrophotography will be a topic in a future show as uh, as David and others experiment on this. So if other people are interested on this thing, keep watching and also contact us because we want to learn this all together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Stay
and-
tuned, as they say. Stay tuned to be educated on a
Exactly.
future show.
And further to what Gustavo was saying, that we've got a small committee that's working on this, and we're covering all aspects of astrophotography, all from single shots to multiple shots. I'm going to get into aurora a little bit, but that's usually single shots. We're going to be into light painting, and we'll touch on time exposures, and if it's shot after dark and it's got a heavenly body in it, it's astrophotography, and we may cover it.
Yeah. And we need to say bye bye. See you next time, Chuck. You know, he's about to leave us here.
Okay, goodbye, Chuck.
Chuck, have a good night. Thanks for joining us, my friend. We appreciate it. We really do.
Well, just a minute.
Take care of those kitty cats.
And this was shot with at ISO 6400 with an 8-year-old camera, and you can't see any noise in it.
Yeah, as we say, don't knock the old gear, people.
No.
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. And that's David's last image that he sent in for this show. So thank you for sending in. As always, a nice group of shots for us to enjoy. I appreciate it very much. The next set of images we have are from Anita Stewart, followed by Roy Bixby and Martin Hild. So those are our candidates coming up here next, and we will jump to Anita's first shot here.
Oh, beautiful.
And this is a canola field in bloom.
Yes.
And this is f9, 1/500th of a second, 49 millimeters using the Z 24-70 lens at 49 millimeters, ISO 100, with the Z6 II.
Wow.
And there you go, people. For all those Z6 II haters out there, would you complain about a shot like this? I do not think so.
It's almost look like the Ukrainian flag. So beautiful, Anita.
Yeah, and I believe that Anita has this lens for sale because she just picked up the 24-120 because there's a whole bunch of us recommended that lens to her. So that's what she's using now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this plant is one that people that suffer from allergies don't like much because it tend to
Yeah, my eyes, everything would be watering on me. I know that.
Exactly. You need a special lens to see through your crying eyes.
Well, you need your eyeglasses that have windshield wiper blades on them.
Exactly.
So this is our second shot here coming up is of this is the Fabian Trestle Bridge that was built between 1907 and 1908 at a cost of $600,000. It crosses over the Battle River and Valley. It is the second largest trestle bridge in Canada. One that I would not want to be on because it's 2,775 feet long and 195 feet high. I have a problem with the 195 feet high. It crosses the river, and she says it is still in use today. This is with once again with the Z62 and the 24 to 70 f7.1 1/8,000th of a second at 28.5 millimeters, ISO 1250. Just nicely framed with where your eye wants to travel and follow that trestle.
Wow, that's beautiful. I like the colors, Anita. It's it looks very paintedly. Okay? Nice light.
Yep. The only thing missing is the steam locomotive.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say, what about AI? I'm not going to say it. I didn't say it. You didn't hear me say it. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Their next shot here, and I don't know if I typed this incorrectly. Maybe I did. Maybe I was having a bad day. I wrote down hoodoos, HOODO.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
Yeah.
correct. Okay.
Yep,
This is hoodoos. This is with the Z62 as well, with the 24 to 70. Once again at f9 1/200th of a second at 24 millimeters ISO 100. Very. I mean, to me, what makes this this image so nice is obviously you have a really interesting foreground subject, but then you have a nice background element as well. It just works really nice. You got the
Uh,
different tones, the different shades of brown and tan and everything in the photo.
yeah. Anita, I now know your comment early on in the chat. So indeed, these are badlands, what typically here in the West is called as badlands. Okay, and they are fantastic subject for photography. I do really like to go to these places, and they are made fantastic subject during the blue hour, golden hour, night photography. The less light you get on these guys, the better, right? And they are wonderful. So these hoodoos are because it's almost look, Jeff. I mean, it almost look like another planet, correct?
Yeah, it does. And then you stay there long enough, you could get that's a place where you could stay a good part of the day because different the way the shadows, the way the light changes and reacts. You can be taking a shot from the same perspective, and you could get 10 unique pictures from the same exact location. Just watching the light change during the course of the day.
Exactly. No, these are fantastic places. So, Anita, congratulations. Keep going to these places, please. They are beautiful, these hoodoos. And so, where is these Badlands, Anita? Did you mention in the?
it's just south of Drumheller.
Okay, beautiful. Here in the Colorado, New Mexico area, we have a great place for these guys, but it's quite remote and difficult sometimes to get. I can see some of the stairs down over there, and so beautiful.
Yeah, you used to be able to walk and touch these, but the ground is is not soft, but it erodes fairly easily. So they put in stairs to keep people off them.
Oh yeah, because I mean the all these hoodoos develop because of the different on the erosion between the more clayey material and silty material, and then there is some resistant cap rock you can see, which is the top of the hoodoos. Right when they lose the cap rock, it goes to the like the one in the middle. Has lost, it will erode relatively quickly. So it's the cap rock that keep the protection and develop the hoodoos. Okay? So beautiful, Anita.
Very nice shot. I'm gonna just jump to the chat quick. I just want to say hello to we got Cooley Priestley is here, and Scubarotti's in here now, and good conversation going on. And Greg, maybe we'll at some point in time here, or during the show, we'll get into this a little bit. He's wondering which should he get, a Z8 or a Z9. That could be a 1 hour discussion on its own.
Exactly.
But he says, what about bird focus? And the bottom line is either camera is going to give you exceptional results with bird focus. You not have to worry about that between those two cameras. I think there are other features that may sway you one way or the other, or more of weight versus weight and size differences and things like that, battery capacity, so on and so forth. But we'll touch on that a little bit at the end of the show if you want, if you're still with us. But that in itself is a very long discussion.
Yeah, Jeff and I had that discussion today.
Yeah.
And my answer is the Z9, and that's because of the higher voltage in the battery. It drives the processor faster, and your autofocus is faster.
We get at it because I disagree. So so anyway, let's keep with.
Yeah, we'll back to the images here, but we'll touch on that if we have time at the end of the show. But you're not going to cry no matter which one you get. Let's put it that way. The Anita's next shot is of a aqueduct at sunset, north side of the road. This is the Brooks Aqueduct that was built between 1912 and 1914. She says as part of an immigration system for the farmers. This structure measures 1.9 miles, 3.1 kilometers long, and is made of reinforced concrete. The flume is mounted on columns measuring 66.6 feet or 20 meters high. It's presently an historic site and a museum. This is also with the Z6II, with the 24-70 as well at f10, 1/60th of a second at the ISO 200, 24 millimeter focal length.
Beautiful. No, I love the definitely, Anita, you have tremendo eye for the light quality here. All the photos have a great light quality. Low contrast, that's the best for this type of landscape.
Yep. And let's see if we've got a few more from her here. Yeah, we're not done with Anita's shots yet. We move on to another shot of the aqueduct at sunset on the south side of the road.
Love the reflection. Fantastic.
So this is same lens, same camera, same lens, f10, 1/400th of a second at 24 millimeters ISO 200.
Wow, nice. The clouds here fantastic today.
Yeah. And her last image that she sent in was a bird photo. Immature yellow-headed blackbird.
Yeah.
This is with the 180 to 600 zoom on the Z8, f10, 1/25th of a second. See how that worked out? I mean, 1/25th of a second, and that bird's head is tack sharp at 320 millimeters, ISO 250. There you go. Everybody, we're turning everybody into nature photographers a little at a time here.
Yeah.
Taking time.
Nature photography is better than bird photography.
But we're getting there. So next up, so thank you, Anita, very much. Very nice as always. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time. I hope people, as I did my little begging at the beginning of the show, I hope that those of you that have female friends and acquaintances that are photographers. I really miss, unfortunately, Anita's the only female standing. We only at one time I think we only had two others.
Eva,
Yeah, we had Ava and NASA Nancy, as I used to call her, and unfortunately, they've obviously moved on or haven't had time to come on. And I really would appreciate it if people could try to help get more female photographers involved in coming on the channel. I like the different perspective that we get from female photographers than we typically get from male photographers. And I don't expect that we're going to get any 20-year-olds on this show, but they're welcome as well. But I realize us old folks aren't hip enough, so you so you probably don't want to come on. But your youngsters are very much welcome on this show. So please consider sharing some of your relevant images that I'm sure would spice things up quite a bit if you were to come on the show. So we're going to go to Roy's pictures right now.
so we have Roy. Who else after Roy?
I'm here.
After Roy, we have Martin.
Excellent, thank you.
So Roy sent in these.
Wow.
Now this
Oh,
is
birdie.
now Roy is funny. I love Roy's editorial content. And I'm going to summarize in one sentence here all the pictures he sent in: red bird, brown bird, rainbow colored bird, young kookaburra. So this is obviously the red bird.
Yeah, it was getting dark, so the colors are a bit stronger.
I like just me personally. I like to underexpose slightly on a lot of my bird photos,
brings out the colors.
just to make the colors deeper and more and stronger. And
Yeah,
is this in your yard? Is this in your yard?
Yes, the bit with grass.
Yes.
Not much grass in our yard.
That's nice. Boy, that's beautiful color.
I remembered a few days ago I had to take some photos for the show, so I did.
Beautiful, no? They're
I
fantastic.
love that bird.
Lovely birds. They got a nice chirp too. They sound
Now,
nice.
is that one that you see often, or was this kind
I'm
of
looking
a
at
unique?
two of them right now.
Okay. Not too painful to look at, that's for sure.
Very pretty.
Yeah. Now, Roy's next shot is somebody's hoping that there's something that's going to pop out of that hole, I guess. In the
I think it's a wedge-tailed eagle, but I'm not big on birds.
Yeah, definitely an eagle. But
yeah. Oops.
Yeah. I cannot help you with that one, Roy, at the top of my head, but
good size.
Definitely.
Oh, they're big.
And I don't think they're nesting on that and that bird. I think he's waiting for somebody coming out.
Waiting for somebody to either come in or come out.
Exactly.
And if you're in, you're not coming out anytime soon.
I wouldn't.
And that was also by your house, Roy?
Sorry?
That was also by your house?
Our old house. That's an old photo from probably 2 years ago. I had to find something to send in.
No. Come on.
That's good.
It's so beautiful.
And then Roy went back to color again.
That's in our yard.
That's another beautiful bird.
A week ago.
I love the bokeh. So which lens do you use on this one, Roy? Do you remember?
Probably the 180 to 600 again.
Okay.
It's nice and easy to use. And I'm lazy.
Yeah, no. But look at the bokeh in the background is beautiful.
Yeah, bokeh is nice.
Yeah.
Bird is gorgeous.
I think this is a good example. This type of photography, this type of bird, photographs so much better when there is low contrast in light. Correct? Otherwise, hard light on this one will be very difficult to process. So fantastic,
Yes.
Roy.
Yeah,
It's
and
nearly
then
as
here,
good as having a
an,
polarizer in it.
an overcast, slightly overcast day,
Exactly.
and here you don't have any sky in the photo, so you got all the trees that keep it from being you know let's just say disrupted by the sky being in the photo. It's nice to have no sky in the photo like you have here, and you got the nice pleasing background.
And you can get some green reflection from the leaf and a slightly green cast from the light that get filtered to the. But that's very easy to correct on the but beautiful rendition of this uh, parrot.
Very easy to take photos of pretty birds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
And
well.
they pose nice for you too.
They do. They better do, or I'll get angry at them.
You got your slingshot handy, right?
Water pistol.
And water pistol.
Congratulations for sure. Right.
And then Roy's last image he sent in is of his
That's one of the
pal.
first digital images I took, probably in 2003, 2004, with
Wow.
either the D70 or the D90, when I was learning to use digital.
Okay.
And that's the younger
Kookaburra.
kookaburra.
Yes.
It's a very young one.
Doesn't have those blue bars in the.
The more blue, the more likely it is to be a boy,
Okay.
and they have a sort of a punk hairdo.
Okay.
He's too young though.
Yeah. So this is one of your early friends, as Kubarasi Paul was saying here.
Oh, it's many years ago now.
Yeah.
20 odd years ago, I took this.
Wow.
Very good. Roy. Very
Great
good.
job, Roy. Great job.
I had to find something to send in.
No,
Well,
I did very well. Come
You
on.
did better than just sending something in. They're really good, really good.
Thank
So
you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
I love
And,
kookaburras.
So do we.
And you have plenty of those to choose from, I imagine.
I do.
The next set of images, you know what? You guys talk for about 20 seconds. I got to get something else to drink again. I'm getting dried out here talking.
I remember taking this. It was at a barbecue, and the kookaburra wanted to join in.
You have a long history with feeding kookaburras with barbecue meat.
Yeah, they'll rob you blind if they get the chance. They swoop down to take what they want.
Yeah.
Sabo,
Funny boys.
Yes.
you got every got one in chat.
Okay. In the chat, who do we have? Okay, let me see. Okay.
Someone's playing a bottle.
Okay. Did you send it to Jeff, correct?
It's in that chat. In the
Oh,
link to the show.
okay. I don't know how to do that one, but I'm sure that is
Yeah, Jeff.
It's in my email. I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Thank
We're
you,
good.
thank you, Chuck. We didn't want to keep you for long, but thank you for sending. And we will read your comments that you left in the private chat.
All right.
Beautiful. Thank you.
All right, bud.
See
Thanks,
you
Chuck.
in 2 weeks.
All right. Bye-bye.
Take care.
So I'm back here, guys, and the next group of shots are from Martin, and Martin always has a very good narration on everything he sends me, which is great, with a lot of words that I can't pronounce, which isn't so great. Even though my mother was German, my grandmother spoke German. I don't speak it very well, so I don't pronounce the German words very well either. But the first image he sent in, which he's been doing the last few shows, which I really appreciate, which is great, is we get to see where he lives. This is from Wiesbaden, his hometown. This is the annual wine festival. Shot at around 4 in the afternoon, 4 p.m. He says that explains why there's empty benches. In the background is the city hall and the market church, and they're looking from the market square. We wanted to take pictures of the farmers market that usually takes place once a week, but he says I guess the wine festival is okay too. It works. He says the picture's kind of distorted because he tilted the lens and corrected it in post. He says the buildings are not all that tall. Used the Z6 II with the Nikkor 20 millimeter AFS, 1/400th of a second, ISO 140 at f8. So that's his first image, and then he went on a little trip. So the second shot you see that's going to come up here is of a European marmot. And he says on a recent trip to Austria, they first went to, I'm not going to pronounce it right, Glockner region. It's Austria's highest mountain, 12,461 feet. And a spectacular toll road winds halfway up, giving you a beautiful view of the mountains and the glacier. He says they stayed at a hotel up there so they didn't have to pay the toll each day. And it's famous for the marmot colony right next to it. And he says, despite it being in the Hohe Tauern National Park, the animals in this colony are fed by tourists, and thus they can be begging pretty offensively for food at times. He says it was still a lot of fun. And after some time, he switched from the long lens to the wide angle. And the marmot in this picture went under the close focusing distance. So therefore the focus is slightly off. Z6 II, 24 to 70. This is a 1/1000th of a second, f9, ISO 4000 at 24 millimeters.
It still looks sharp.
Oh, it's a fantastic photo. Lovely perspective.
Yeah, I mean, what's important is that the eye and even back to the ear, past the ear, is sharp. Maybe very, 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 very extremely slight softness, maybe in the nose area, very, very slight, and then of course back at the behind area it is. But I mean, I think it's a nice shot. I wouldn't be too upset with that at all. Now, his next shot is from the Alps. Now, from the Alps, they drove east to the wonderful city of Vienna. Austria's capital is his favorite German-speaking city. It's super safe. There's lots to do. It's beautiful, and you can easily go everywhere with public transportation. It's just the plan was to photograph European hamsters. So European hamsters are critically endangered, and one of the last places where they can be easily found are the cemeteries in Vienna.
Yes.
He says they spent 3 mornings and evenings photographing hamsters at Vienna's Central Cemetery. He says this may sound odd, but what a wonderful place that is. If anyone visits Vienna, you should visit the Central Cemetery. Beautiful place. The people, he says, the people there say the city is just an extension of the cemetery. And, I guess as they say, it's not too many arguments going on either, nice and quiet. He says the people from Vienna have a morbid sense of humor. So he says, lest this gets too weird, let's get back to the hamsters. The hamsters are pretty big. They can reach a length of a foot. They're really cute. as this one is. He says he took hundreds of pictures with the 800 PF, but he says, but I'm showing a photo taken with the 70 to 200 millimeter because I like how it shows more environment.
Yes.
Z6II with the 70 to 200 f2.8 S lens at f2.8 ISO 500 1/60th of a second at the 200 millimeter focal length.
Oh,
Very,
beautiful.
very nice, very, very cute. Very, 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 very cute shot. Oops, I lost where I am here.
Definitely one. Definitely one place that I would like to see these hamsters, and they are extremely photogenic. Beautiful, Martin. I love it. Thank you for sharing this with us.
Yeah, and he sent in, I believe, one more shot here. This is well, it's obviously a squirrel. I'm trying to get my mouse back here. He says the one day they took the train to the east of the city and they were told that they could find ground squirrels. So he says we only found one active animal. Maybe it was the wrong time of the day. We were happy nonetheless. So they got a ground squirrel here. This time he did use the 800 PF. The background was pretty boring. The animal sat on a lawn, and so the long lens came in handy. It pulled this critter in to get a nice image size in the frame, and the background was far enough away where everything's nicely washed out, obviously. And he used the Z9 with the 800 PF for the shot, f6.3 wide open, 1/500th of a second at ISO 320.
Wow.
So once again, Martin, thank you so much for sending these in and with the nice narrative, so we kind of know like where you are, where you travel to.
Yeah. And Jeff, this technique that Martin used here when he was very close to the ground, correct? And
Yeah,
having that foreground, which part of the grass almost kind of semi-transparent, is so effective, correct? And creating isolation for the animal. So extremely well done, Martin. Love what you did with this. Uh, love the hamster, but photographically, this is superb.
yep, very well done, very well done. And it's I'm kind of drawn to the ear on this critter. It's an interesting ear.
Yeah,
never
that's what I was going to say.
Never thought I'd say that, but it's different than what the squirrels that I see don't have ears like that. So kind of neat. So thanks a lot once again. We appreciate it.
For sure.
And so the next group of images. Once I get my
Bearing.
get my bearings here, we got a group of images from Bob Rosato. And then we have Randall. We'll have your images coming up after that, and then Scubarazzi's will be after that. So we are at image 38 here of 74 plus whatever Chuck sent in. So let me get to Bob's first picture here.
Lovely.
These are really pretty. These are, he says he managed to get a handful of photos this weekend while he was visiting friends in New Hampshire. And he took these as he was leaving to go home Monday. I'm assuming this was, I guess, I don't know if it's Monday of this week, I guess. He says these first two pictures you're going to see are of Cosmos Picotee flowers from his friend's garden. Both images are taken with the Z9 and the macro, the 105 2.8 lens. Exposure is 1/500th of a second at f9 and ISO 280. So this is the first image. Very, very pretty flower. Different shades of purple. And then And then here's the second image of the flower with a guest, which is tacked sharp, beautifully done
Exactly.
with the bee.
And definitely for this type of photos, again, soft light, you know, in this case could be filter or could be a cloudy day. That's the way to go.
Yep,
Beautiful.
very well done. Then he sent some pictures that were really intriguing. Um, he says there's a small grass landing strip in Franconia where they fly gliders in and out
Okay.
all the time, and he decided to stop to see if there was going to be anyone taking off. So he's got this picture of the glider. This is one of many that were at the airport. This is with the Nikon Z9 with the Plena lens, the 135 Plena. Did a wonderful job with this subject matter. Exposure 1/500th of a second at f5.6 at ISO 90. And then he has a follow-up photo to this where he got a picture of the glider being in tow, getting ready for takeoff.
Yeah.
And this is also with the Plena lens, 1/500th of a second, f9, ISO 1000.
Nice.
Isn't too often that you get to see a glider.
Fantastic.
And then his last image that he sent in to me, he said this last one was just for fun. He says technically he took this even though it was actually a screenshot, and I'll bring it up here. This was a screenshot. He says every once in a while he'll check live streams at the Loon Preservation Committee in New Hampshire, that what they have on YouTube, and they had set up a floating nesting platform in the middle of some ponds, and the cameras are only live during the mating or hatching season. And he says, so within a day or so of the eggs hatching, the loons leave the nest and go to other areas of the pond to raise the chicks. And at one of the ponds, there are some rocks near the nest that stick out of the pond, and occasionally the cam operator will zoom in on them when there are some turtles sunning themselves. And he caught this on the live stream and took a picture of it, because when it was aimed at the rocks here, he thought there were 4 turtles on it, but then realized,
The
hey,
big one.
that's cute, but one of the objects that he thought was a rock is actually a giant turtle. And he said, wait a minute, that's a turtle, a huge turtle. He says, sucker's probably 150 years old.
And definitely a different type. It looks like I don't know.
Probably some kind of a snapping turtle, I would assume, with your typical. I don't know if those are hard to tell if the other ones are really painted turtles or not. They kind of look similar to painted turtles, but they got turtles down here that look like New England. We have painted turtles, and down here they look exactly the same. They call them sliders down here in the South. So I don't know if they're kissing cousins or what, but you could get turtles that look the same from state to state to state, and they all have different names. But that's it from Bob, and thank you, Bob, for sending these in. We appreciate it. I know he apologized that he probably would not be able to come on the show to comment on any of the photos tonight. He had another engagement going on, but he said he will watch the show tomorrow and catch up on everything. So, but thank you for sending in something. We always do appreciate it.
I'm talking about, remember at the beginning, guys, leave some comments, and you don't have to rewatch the show again, but leave some comment. Apparently, YouTube requires people to leave some comment to show this to other people, right? Just as we trying to engage with more people. So those that are watching this after the live stream, uh, please do comments, and those that are watching now in the live stream, do like, and tomorrow you can put a small comment there. Just they help the channel.
And a case in point with what Gustavo just said regarding the show and what we talked about at the beginning of the show is we're at 15 people right now, which thank you 15 people. But we really want to try to get it where we have like 40 or 50 people here when we do a show. I don't want to have 1,000 or 500 or anything like that. Monetization of the channel is something I could give a hoot about. I just care about the sharing part, and but it would be nice if we have more people that enjoy what we are all taking the time out to share. So please pass the word to friends and whatnot, and let's try to get some more people that want to be active on this channel for both live stream events that we have, and keep things going because it does get a little depressing when you see things kind of going down with viewership and whatnot, because we're doing this just hoping to get people engaged, and so it is kind of a bummer when you see things kind of going the wrong way, and we want to try to right the ship and do what we have to do to get things going in the right direction again.
No,
So
and Jeff mentioned before, we do like the people that show up here, correct? We do appreciate everybody, and we like the community that we have. It's just that we want to expand it a little bit, correct? In terms of not for any economical reason, just to have more diversity of photos and in these shows, correct?
yeah, I mean, it's nice to see different perspectives, different shooting styles. Like I said, I mean, I'd love to have some 20-year-olds in here, showing pictures of say skateboarding events or a lot of
Cars.
a lot of things that the younger people like to do that we don't typically that our group doesn't typically go out and actively take pictures of. And I'd like to see those kinds of pictures on this channel. I'd like to see some more variety on this channel, but we got to try to just spread the word and get people in here, and for people that are on the show, if you have a Facebook account or an Instagram account, reach out to people that follow you, that friend you or whatever on those platforms, and let them know that you're involved with a photo live stream, and that you participate, and maybe they'd find it interesting to watch or something. Let's try to get some more people here.
And like you said today, yeah, I mean, there is not other channel that does this, correct? I mean,
No.
there is channels you can get a lot of other type of content, but we are the only ones that are doing this kind of consistent review every month.
And we show more images that I believe than anybody else does by far.
Ah,
Because hey, I mean, to me, it's like I don't know. I mean, I don't want to speak for Gustavo, but I was for many most of my life, I wasn't somebody that really shared my photos with anybody.
yeah, exactly. Same here.
Never did. Just kept it close to the vest. Show, family might have seen them, but never shared them. And and I'm so glad that I got spurred by an editorial in a photo magazine to make me drove me to create the channel to kind of open up and share. And I just want to get people to want to do that. Anyway, Randall, you're up next, buddy. So I hope you swallow a shot of whiskey or whatever and get ready to talk, buddy.
Coffee will have to do.
Coffee will have to. You got anything in that coffee?
Yeah, just I like a little coffee with my cream and sugar. So.
Okay. Or you say I like coffee with my coffee. All right, so we're going to bring up your first shot here, my friend.
Okay, so I call this "Don't Do It." Uh, this was taken by the Nikon Z6 III with the firmware 2 update. I had the 28 to 400 millimeter lens on there in crop mode, and this was taking at I think 600 millimeters. So with the crop mode, it was actually at 400, but then it turned out to be 600. But you can see the ants, especially the one at the edge,
Yeah.
and that's why I called it "Don't Do It." I think he's ready to jump and. He's at the edge. But I was watching these ants. It's right out my front porch, and they go inside the flower, and they're like little bees. They take the nectar and stuff, and then they climb all the way down the vine. And this is about a foot high, all right, off the ground. And they go to their little ant hill, whatever, and bring the nectar back to the nest. So I thought it was amazing. I tried out the Z6 III. It's fantastic. I like the new firmware update, and I know Jeff will talk a little bit about it later. But uh, I'm happy. They did add the bird detection, which
Yeah,
I've been
bird
waiting
subject
for.
attack. Yeah.
And what I also liked about the Nikon Z3 is what really kind of pissed me off is when you vlog and you turn the camera around, you try to look at the EVF, the EVF wouldn't come on. Well, they fixed that part. So if you have your LCD screen open wide, to the side, now the EVF, if you look through it, works. So that was the other thing. They added a lot more features, but I'll let Jeff talk about that. So if we go to the next one, I used a different camera this time, and this was the ZF now.
Okay.
And this is we have a stagecoach at Selma, Texas, where they would come from Austin or wherever and change horses and stuff. But the owner of the stagecoach lived in this house, and I think the last living people were they sold the house in 1908, and then no one has lived there, and then they made it into a museum. But it's a real nice house. They take good care of it, and it's right next to a Cibolo Creek, which is usually dry. But when it rains hard, that thing really takes the water away. So we don't have any flooding in this part of north of San Antonio. But uh, it's a real nice place. It's a 2.5 mile walk, and you get to see the farm, and then you get to see a lot of nature too. So uh, I like this camera because it's portable. I had the 35 millimeter f1.8 with it, and it just I like using different cameras for different things. If I get tired of a camera, I'll pick up another one and go somewhere else and start taking pictures. So you know me, uh, I'm always keeping busy. So the next picture, and what I like about this is with the Ricoh GR3X, which is a 40 millimeter camera. The one thing about this, it's very tiny. It's an APS-C lens or camera, and you can see where it's highlighted on the cabinet. I have my Instant Pot and air fryer and crock pot, and then my popcorn maker. But look at
I
the
guess I got the
background.
pictures out of order here, Randall, maybe.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let me go to the watchbirds. All right. So the watchbirds these are vultures on top of the chimney, and they're all over at the stagecoach. So this is the visitor center to the left where the birds are on top. And then to the right is the stagecoach where they changed the horses out and they gave meals and stuff for the people if they stopped by. So it's basically a barn with a front gate, and they had horses in there, and they would just exchange the horses with the stagecoach. And then, of course, if they wanted a meal, they could. That's a new building to the left, and it's a visitor center. It's real nice. And plus, the trail goes all the way to the Harrison's house, Harrison's McKellen house, and which I was talking about earlier at the front porch. But yeah, these birds are huge. There's about 25 of them that hang around this area. So when they throw out the trash, because they have a couple of restrooms in here and a lot of people bring food and stuff, the birds are all over the trash bin. And it's just amazing. I can get a lot of shots. And then, of course, I can get deer in my neighborhood. So I thought I'd do these vultures. And, I love taking pictures of the cloud, for a background. So, but anyway, it was with this camera, which was the ZF again with the 35 millimeter.
Now we'll jump to your Instapot shot.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is the Ricoh GR3X of 40 millimeter. So you can see under the lights in the kitchen, they're all lit. But in the background, you can see my OLED 65-inch TV, which is connected to a Windows PC. But you see how dark it is in the background? So usually my DVDs are on the left-hand side, and then you can see the furniture, like the couch and stuff. It's all gone. And I love this shot because it's dark. I mean, look at the contrast. And you can see it's blurry in the background compared to the foreground. And I thought that was excellent. I says, yeah, I got to take it. It's at f2.8, 40 millimeter. And I used it at 1/30th of a shutter speed in aperture priority. So it's a small.
Now I want popcorn. I hate you.
Hey, that's a good popcorn maker.
It looks like one of those professional ones in the theater.
Oh yeah, yeah. So okay, now back at the Harrison Memorial Park with the stagecoach and stuff, they made some slides and a water park. So you press a button, and I didn't know that because there were some kids out, and I saw the water dripping, and I said, well, it did rain. And what happened was you press that button, and then water comes out of it, and it shoots everywhere. It keeps the kids cool. And I thought, wow, I didn't know that was there. But anyway, this was taken with the ZF again, 35 millimeter. And it's a 1.8, but I think I had it at, F10.
F10, yeah.
20th. Yeah. So, but yeah, look how sharp that is. And this is the ZF.
I don't know. It's a nicest, almost like a sculpture.
Yeah. And what it is it's plastic, all right? Not stained glass, but it's plastic. And, but, I've seen it, but I didn't know what it was. And I got close to it. I said, hey, there's water dripping from it. And I thought, well, it rained because the cement was. And then when they pressed the button and all the water came in, I said, oh, okay, got it.
Now,
And then the
Randall,
last
that is of someone he can no longer get rid of.
one- So, what was that movie? It says, how can you hate someone with a beautiful face like that?
Exactly.
Yeah. So this is with Leica Q3, 28 millimeter. All right. And it's at 1.7. It's a fantastic lens. It's a 60 megapixel camera. It can do 8K, but I think it's like a 30-minute time limit. But Usually, if you do anything 4K 60 and above, it may last 15 minutes before it overheats. So, but it does take 8K pictures like the Z7 II, the Z8, the Z9, and it's excellent. And you can see with the f1.7, it's getting kind of blurry. Of course, I'm still kind of far away from the dog. I'm like about 5 feet, 6 feet away. So, but you can see the two screens on the right. That's where I am now at the computer
Okay.
for this live stream. I did separate the monitors and put the Z6 III in between both monitors.
Yeah.
That way you get a better shot of myself and I'm looking straight at the camera. But see how clear he is? This was 1/50th of a second. And yeah, I think f1.7. Yeah, 28 millimeter, like a Q3.
That
And
dog that dog ain't going nowhere, Randall. That dog
yeah,
ain't
I
going.
know. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's bugging me right now. So,
So thanks for sending all those in.
Thank you, Randall.
hey, no problem.
Thank you, sir. Our next images are from our friend Paul, aka Scubarazzi, and we will click up his first image here, and another person that sends me real nice, informative details on his what he's doing, what he's up to, and he said here he finally went back to his main area of photography, managed finally again to go for a dive in Switzerland. Unfortunately, currently the weather's changing a lot, and we have rain all few days that he was there. Of course, that results, for us divers know, you get bad visibility in the lakes. When you get rain, you get a lot of stuff that gets drained into the water, stirs things up too much. He says below 5 meters, the visibility was below 1 meter, and the situation did not change for another 10 meters. He says we did not dive below 5 meters. And he says we had some light there and a lot of fish. The images required a lot of post-processing to compensate for the bad visibility. And he said in this case, D. Hayes was his friend. So this first image that you're looking at here shows how a dive spot in a Swiss lake looks like. Image is not good at all because I did take it at noon, so the light is very boring, but it should document how it looks. The entry into the water is on the right-hand side, only in a radius of 1 hour. By car, we have over 10 to 15 dive spots. So this first shot was with the Z52 with the Z28 to 400 millimeter lens, 1/800th of a second, f6.3 ISO 100 at 28 millimeter focal length. And his subsequent shot is close up of a medium-sized pike. He says this time they had many of them in several different sizes. He says in a few years the population explodes, but then for a few years they're rare. So he says you kind of don't know what you're going to end up with, right? He says so this one was like 30 centimeters in size. He says, but we get them up to, I must have a typo here. I think he meant to say, or I meant to type 120 meters in size. Some of them are shy. Others do not care too much about divers. And I think I told them in Connecticut at one time when I was a kid, I caught a northern pike, and it's like, I'm like, oh my God, I never saw one in my life. I caught one out of the Connecticut River in Connecticut, a northern pike, and I'm like, what the heck is this? And really, really stupidly large fish, and I let it go because I'm like, I don't think I want to eat this. I just put it back in the water. He used his for what he used for gear. He had the Sony RX100 VA in a Nauticam underwater housing with his Inon S2000 strobes, 1/250th of a second, f7.1 ISO 250. And then his subsequent shot here is with a pike in the foreground with a diver in the back, which is great. And you can see how green the water is.
Wow.
This is normal in the lakes. It's mostly green, and you can see how bad the visibility is.
A great photo, Paul. Great photo.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, this pike is like the barracudas of the freshwater.
The freshwater, yeah. I don't know. I don't know if he has them there. I remember as a kid, I think it's bigger than a pike. I think they called it a muskellunge or something like that, which was like an even bigger fish that looked similar to a pike, but was like even bigger. So I don't know if they have those where he is or not. But um, he says he would have loved to have had the sun in the background, but that wasn't possible as the sun was at his back and very high up. You see the diver in the background. He says is skilled, and normally he is underwater photographer himself. That's why he knows how to use his light and how to pose. The pike is a bigger one and only a little smaller than 1 meter. And this is with the same camera. The lens is a fantasy fisheye lens. Same strobe setup, 1/320th of a second, f7.1 ISO 250.
Beautiful. Love the image.
Yep. And he says this last image that he sent in is similar to the one, similar to this one, this last image, but this is with a freshwater sunfish. He says and while they're pretty, they're not native to their lakes. They originate from North America, and they were introduced by stupid people. Oh, gee, don't we all have them? Introduced by stupid people who had them in their aquariums and set them free in the lakes. They're highly potent and aggressive. He says they give a hard time to our local fish, as they're also very territorial. And he says several months ago in the past, he sent a close-up of a sunfish, but that's fine. You send as many pictures of sunfish as you want. But it's nicely illuminated there. And your fellow diver is being very very careful to not touch the bottom of the lake with his fins and stir up everything.
Yeah. So I wonder, Jeff, if when Paul take one of these photos, since he's with a fellow photographer, whether he takes one and the photographer poses at the other side, and then he reciprocates and poses for him on the other side. So, Paul, you can tell us, because obviously incorporating that the other diver here is great in both of you.
Yeah, so Paul is in the chat. So the question is, do you guys take turns taking picture, or do you like one dive? Does one person take the pictures and the other poses, and then the next dive you flip it around? You know, what's your routine? So our next image is coming up. So that's it from Paul. So thank you so much, my friend. He says this time his buddy did not have a camera with him, so obviously he was the model.
Just a light. No, that's strobe.
Yeah, the light. Yep.
Our
next images are from Terry. And then we have the second batch of 3 images from you, Gustavo, after that.
Okay.
So Terry sent in images, and let me get my mouse in the right place here. So he says this first shot is from Iceland, Fossilar Waterfall. He says easy name this time. Thank you, Terry, and I probably still screwed it up. He says this is southeast, more of a cascade than a waterfall. This is with the Nikon Z9. Question if you're using question for you, Terry, if you're in here. Don't know. But I'm just curious if he's using any filters, if he's using a circular polarizer to darken up the sky a little bit, like it looks like it might have a polarizer. but really, really nice shot. This is a Z9 with the Z14 to 24 f2.8, wide angle zoom at 14 millimeters at f8 plus 0.6 seconds at ISO 64. Very pretty shot. Very pretty shot. And his next image that he sent in, I like this shot. This is what would be referred to as a minimalist photo. It's not busy. You have one primary subject or thing to catch your eye right away, but in many ways, the color of the sand, the ripples in the sand, the colors and the shape of the clouds in the sky, everything is a wonderful element in this picture. To me, anyway, he says this is back to Aussie land with a shot from the dunes of the Big Drift in South Victoria, close to Wilson's Promontory National Park. This is with a Canon 5D SR with an EF 16 to 35 f4 f4 at 22 millimeters.
Beautiful photo.
At f16 at 1/160th of a second, ISO 100. He named it Life for the persistence of the brush in the middle of a sandhill. Appropriately named. For those, Terry, if you watch the show tomorrow or whatever, and you come on, a couple weeks from now for the next live stream, I got a question for you and anyone else who has the opportunity to take images where you have sand dunes or you're out in the desert or whatever. If you guys can share tips or things that you do or recommend that you do to protect your gear when you're in that kind of environment, because obviously if you're in an area where you get high winds and you get a lot of sand blowing blowing around, you have to worry about that sand damaging your equipment. So if you have anything to share, or anybody who takes images in the desert areas, if you have any tips or tricks to share with the rest of us of what you do to protect your lenses and protect your gear, pop in on the show and or in the chat and share some information.
Yeah, I think Roy mentioned something here, but typically, Jeff, it's only you have high wind. The desert is forgiven, but it's you have a lot of wind. You know what is difficult about this photo, correct? Is as you can see, you have matching ripples in the clouds and in the dunes, correct?
Yeah.
The more difficult part of this photo is to find this place when somebody has not stepped on that sand.
Yeah, no footprints. No footprints.
So probably you have to go there the day after you have some wind, so you have fresh ripples. So very early in the morning, but we know our friend Terry is a great landscape photographer, so he will know how to pick the spot. But these are fantastic.
I have one suggestion for him. If he were to do this shot over, is you bring a lizard with you and you throw it in there on the sand the last second to add a lizard in the foreground.
And Terry, one time you come here to the United States, you need to photograph the great sand, the white sand dunes, which in New Mexico, which in most sand dunes are made of quartz crystals, okay, small quartz grains, but the white sand dunes are made of gypsum, and they are so incredibly beautiful, pure white sand dunes.
The now his next shot is of a He says this is Western Australia now. Sunset at Corrigan. A shot from the side of the Brookton Highway with a Canon 5 DSR with the 16 to 35 f4 at 35 millimeters f4.5 plus at 1/13 of a second, ISO 100.
Yes, not beautiful. And that photo, Jeff. I mean, again, Terry, you have a great eye for this landscape for sure. No doubt about it. Beautiful. It is. This photo is beautiful no matter what. But the fact that you had that ray of light in the foreground makes it
Correct.
all the difference. Right?
Yep. Yep.
So fantastic.
If you think you like that one, the next one's going to blow your socks off. This next one is in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
He says this is in the same area, about 20 kilometers on the same highway, closer to Condinin or Condinin Lake. It's a dry reserve. Once again, with the same Canon camera with a 70 to 200 f4 at 160 millimeter focal length, f6.3, 1/80th of a second, ISO 100. So, beautiful shot with different layers of color in the sky as your nice backdrop for that foreground tree.
And Terry's traveling, so I'm sure that he will come with some fantastic photos.
And let's see, one more from Terry.
Look at the sea.
So this is, he says, finally closer to home at the Great Ocean Road and part of the 12 Apostles, a panorama of 4 vertical shots. This is with the Canon 5 DSR, once again with the 16 to 35 f4 lens at 16 millimeters at f14, 1/13th of a second at ISO 100.
Wow, fantastic. Do you see the people there, Jeff?
Oops, sorry, folks. Twitchy mouse. The mouse ran across the screen here.
You see the people there?
The far right side, near the you almost like see a path.
Oh wow!
And you can see a handful of people there.
Obviously, the sky here is make the photo, but the colors and on the rocks, so beautiful.
Yeah, the erosion, the shape of the rocks, and how it's
Exactly.
like a sculptor, sculpted those shapes. It's nature. Nature's amazing. What it can create, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
It's beautiful. Terry, wonderful as always, buddy. Very nice. Very nice. And so now we jump to a few extra submissions. When I asked for some extra photos, Gustavo was one of a few that were nice enough to send me some extras in. So we'll let him talk about these next 3 images.
Yeah. So again, the next 3 images are about the lights. So I went out and rare, cloudy, or filter light day here in Colorado. This was a little bit more light than I wanted, correct? And so I went to do some photography of birds and animals, correct? And this morning, and just managed to catch this honeybee in a particular flowers. And I love, there was a red barn in the background, Jeff, and that's what you get, that colors in the background. So it's heavily cropped because I was photographing birds. So this is again the 600 6.3 being used as a macro lens, right? By cropping into the scene a little bit. So I was sharing my time photography between the hummingbirds feeding on the same flowers and the honeybees and the bumblebees in here. But I was quite happy with this rendition, and a
You
lot
know,
of the bee.
I just wanted to say hi to Greg Wilson. He's been in here for a little while, and I just wanted to acknowledge he's here and say hi to him. And we haven't good to see Greg in here, and thanks for stopping in as always. And
So
then
the
we
next,
next shot here.
growth beak, correct? And that actually that's what is worthwhile sometimes waking up early, correct? So I was doing all sort of photography, and this growth beak was kind enough to jump into the into a tree when the light was just hitting in the right, and he managed to get into that little patch of blue so that it gets very well delineated. So you always have to keep an eye on what's going on around you, even if you're photographing something else. And so this was taken actually with the 600 millimeter at 840, right? And I still had to crop it, but still created a what I mean is interesting image, but more important, taking advantage of good light, which is the subject of the second set of batches of photos.
And just look at the amount of detail in that branch is incredible.
Exactly.
Really,
That
really.
was close by, Jeff. That was almost like a 50-meter away from where I was standing.
Yeah. No, wonderful.
Yeah.
And then the third of your second set here.
That
Your
one,
left.
now you get a punishment here because I bring you another hummingbird photo. I cannot resist to photograph them. But since Jeff asked for more, and although I decided not to show any hummingbirds, hey, when he asked for more, then you get that's what happened to you. You get a hummingbird. But this was again uh, photographing hummingbirds in the botanical garden, and and that day the light was incredible. Uh, the filter light through white clouds produces the best images. The texture in the flowers, and Jeff, I mean, you probably cannot see it until you zoom in. Is incredible. Okay, so this is definitely my favorite light. Okay, it's almost
Yeah,
like uh, like silk. Okay,
I like the meat. To me, someone says, "Oh, it's I want a sunny day today," and if I decide I want to do close up photography, flowers, I want it to be partly cloudy. I want it to be overcast.
exactly.
I want to have the diffused soft light so
Exactly.
that
A little bit more.
all those little white, all those little patches of white in that purple aren't blown out.
Exactly. Exactly.
You know,
So
and so for everybody who says, "Oh, it looks cloudy today," it doesn't look like a good day for pictures.
run.
It is a good day for pictures for
Exactly.
flowers. For flowers, especially like I don't know how it is where you live. I mean, obviously I mean you didn't take this in a park per se, right? You were in your out in the wild, right? When you got this shot.
Or walking you through that botanical garden.
Yeah, okay. Because like where I live, the Brook Green Gardens doesn't open until 9:30 in the morning.
Well, that's a
So
problem here too,
so
Jeff. We
if you don't have an overcast day
exactly.
and you can't get there till 9:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
don't even bother going because you're going to have to try to find flowers that are in partial shade or whatever because otherwise everything's just blown out.
And Jeff, that's a problem here. They don't open until 9 a.m. Correct? So you can see the photographers just outside waiting for them to open. But this was a cloudy day, correct? That's why I went that day because I know, hey, the forecast is for overcast. So that's the day I wanted. Actually, there was a hummingbird nest that I tried to photograph couple of days earlier, and I couldn't because it was, you know, under the canopy. So I went for the cloudy day where I will have a lesser contrast in this one. So
Yeah.
so anyway, so this is taken with the 600 uh, uh, 6.3, which is kind of uh, my favorite lens for walking when I'm doing some wildlife photography. And Greg Wilson is asking on the gross
Yeah.
big actually taken with the 600 TC.
Yeah. So
With
that's with the big gun, baby. That's with the
exactly,
600 f4 with the built-in TC.
exactly, and that's from a tripod. Hey, Sanjay is in today.
Hello, Sanjit. How you doing?
Yes.
And
So,
so
but
that's
anyway,
for the second series of shots that Gustavo sent in. So thank you, my friend.
thank you, thank you.
Now, Bob from Bob Our Photos, Bob Repper, he sent me a few. He managed to get a few hummingbird shots from his backyard, and of course, down here we're starting to finally get cooler temperatures, but some of the vegetation is starting to kind of die off a little bit. But he got this shot of a hummingbird, and you can see the tongue extended here
Wow.
and hanging over. And I'm not going to read it, but I'll tell you, if you want to have an interesting read and get a little bit confusing, and you want to understand the design of a hummingbird's tongue, look it up on the internet. I mean, the tongue actually folds up and curls up, and it's like behind it's in the brain. It goes back in its head and
Exactly.
curls up. And it's a very interesting, and the very tip of the tongue actually has a slit in it, and it kind of like folds open, and it has little fibrous, think of it like a woman's whatever brush that she uses to thicken her eyelashes with, something like that. Little fibers that help grab the pollen, and then it folds back up, and it goes back, and as the tongue goes back into the mouth, when it closes its mouth, it squeezes the end of the tongue to get the nectar down its throat. So the whole process of what a hummingbird goes through, and how that tongue works, and how it goes back into the back of the head,
Yes.
it's really an interesting read if you really want to, if you're into that. I mean, I read it and I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. Then he sent in this one. This is they're ruby throated. We have ruby throated hummingbirds, and the male. Here you don't really have the enough light hitting the neck to make it really brighten it up. But the females don't have any of that the red coloration underneath their chin, I guess you would say. And that's what we have down here. And his last shot that I picked, you could see now the light hit it and lit up the red underneath the throat. So that's he finally got a male in his backyard when throughout the season we haven't been able to find a male at all. So all he had to do was go in his backyard, and he says he got a lot better hummingbird shots the next day that he hasn't processed yet. So I'm sure we'll see some hummingbird shots from him down the road.
Thank you, Bob. We appreciate it.
So thanks for sending in those extra shots.
By the way, the from people in Texas, Randall, this morning we have the migration of the uh, uh, ruby throated hummingbird coming all the way across the Gulf of Mexico. So at this moment is the Rockport festivals. Correct?
Okay. Yeah, it's just at the Gulf.
Exactly. So, but in Rockport, at this moment, there is thousands and thousands of hummingbirds just having a last feed before they cross the Gulf of Mexico.
So we're getting near the end here. So I'm gonna show you a few shots that Jim Eads, a real Nikon lover sent in. Then I'm going to show my images, and then I'm going to have to get out of this presentation because I got some pictures that came in tonight. Chuck sent us a few just a little while ago.
And Mr. Joey.
Joey sent some in an email. So I'm basically going to just, get the photo opened up in my email and then share the email, and we'll have to look at the images that way. So we'll jump to Jim's shot here. And oops, I lost my cheat sheet. Where are you?
This is Jim's granddaughter.
This is Jim's granddaughter. And Brinley, who turned 1 year old 2 weeks ago. This is at her first birthday party. He says she's a loving, chatty little lady, and she's totally a grandpa's girl. He shot this with the Z9, Nikkor Z70-200 f2.8 handheld with the Nikon SB5000 off-camera flash with a Gary Fong diffuser. For those of you who are old like us, I used to have a Gary Fong diffuser. It was a great little tool. Unfortunately, after 50 years or whatever, it got too yellow for me to use it. So he's at the 200 millimeter focal length, ISO 400 f2.8, 1/1250th of a second, +1 EV, aperture mode, matrix metering, people recognition, 3D setting, Nikon. What's he got? Nikon radio AWL. Post-processing RAW in Nikon NX, Aperty portrait software, Photoshop Elements, MS Photos for resizing it. So he went through a slew of software programs to finally get to this image.
Well, a proud grandpa had to work his craft, correct?
Work his craft, yeah.
Exactly. But
Now,
beautiful photo, and I think he mentioned in the email that the trick was to get her a moment of rest so that he could take the photo, correct? Because she's apparently a very active little lady here.
now his second shot that he sent in, I messed myself up again by blocking my cheat sheet. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Oh boy. Give me a second. I gotta find it.
I can help you here if I have the.
Come on. Where is it? Irritating. Here it is. Okay, the next shot that you're seeing here is his first attempt taking a time-delayed photo of a rocket launch of a Falcon 9 Starlink launch from the West Coast, shot from his driveway looking west. He says, unfortunately, the rocket had a very westerly trajectory as opposed to the usual southern path, which would have passed right overhead. So he says, next time I'll take it from a coastal location over the ocean to get a better angle of view. He used the Nikon Z9 with the 14-28 f2.8 wide angle zoom on a tripod with the MC30A remote trigger, ISO 100 f18 manual focus, matrix metering, bulb function at 2.5 minutes. So thank you, Jim, for getting those to me. Jim's another guy that's been extremely busy with things, and so I appreciate him finding the time to send anything.
And the starburst on that lens, fantastic at the bottom. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm
Thank
going to share a few of my images, and then we'll have a minute delay or so for me to back out of this software and open up my emails and get the images from Chuck and company. So my first shot here is of a green heron, and this is with this. Most of the shots here are going to be with the Z9 with the 800 PF. This is at 1/12/50th of a second, f6.3 ISO 2500. And this bird wasn't really far away, so I had to kind of balance. Obviously, with the 800, and you get kind of close to something, you struggle sometimes with framing. I mean, I would have liked to have maybe had a little more of the lower part of that branch, but then again, I didn't want to
spook him.
Yeah. So it's like I said, well, I'll cut off a little of the bottom of the branch, not the end of the world. The main story is the bird and its mouth being open. Waited for it to do something other than having its mouth closed to make it a little more interesting. And but nice bird. Now the next shot, if somebody knows exactly what it is, I'm just saying it's a wasp. I found this wasp that this was along the sidewalk. It looks like a sidewalk, which was actually the original concrete road that went into the Huntington Beach State Park back in the 60s. And it's funny. I took this picture because I found it funny that it decided to burrow and was digging out dirt to basically be in that hole, and it decided to do it next to this weed, which to that insect it probably thought it was like a palm tree. I think that I found humor in it. Like, okay, here's this insect that wants to have a shade tree, and he's going to dig his hole next to this big shade tree, which is really just a weed sitting in the sand. So that's kind of why I took this image, but it took quite a few shots to get it where it was in the where it was parallel to my lens plane of my lens, where I could get a nice, reasonably good focus on it, and it was moving around quite a bit. So this one was, I only took it at 1/800th of a second. I was at f10, but I was at ISO 9000. The lighting wasn't overly great. It was early morning. Wasn't a lot of light in that area because you got trees on both sides of that cement road, so you got a lot of cover. The next shot, you're going to see a few hummingbird shots from me now. Okay. This hummingbird shot I liked because it's not typical. It looks more like a watercolor painting, and this was not done in this wasn't made to look like this with any kind of Photoshop techniques or anything. This was right out of camera.
You just had branches in front of you.
I had a lot of branches in front of me. I was pretty much at the this was with using the 800 PF, 1/2000th of a second, f7.1 ISO 9000. I was pretty much at the minimum focus distance for this lens, and this was the result. And I actually made a small. I made this. I printed this out on a small canvas to put on the wall, and I just liked it because it had like a painterly effect to it. And that's the female ruby-throated hummingbird. Obviously, no red in the neck area. It's just white. And then this one is a sharper rendition.
Okay.
And this one is a female as well. This is also the Z9 with the 800 PF, 1/1600th of a second, f6.3 wide open at ISO 1000. I don't have one style in shooting hummingbirds. I mean, sometimes I'll shoot at over 1/4000th of a second to freeze the motion completely. Other times, like here where I'm shooting 1/1600th of a second, it allows me to have a little bit of blur in the wings, which I also like. So I kind of take shots with different shutter speeds to get different effects.
Yes.
And everybody has their own personal taste on that. Some people can't stand any blurriness at all. Some people don't like it when it's tack sharp. I like variety, so I try to, if the light is good enough and I can crank up my shutter speed up good enough, then I like to get it both ways. I like to get it sometimes with a little bit of blur, and I like to get it where it's tack sharp as well. But this one's kind of in between. It's obviously sharper than the last one, which this one doesn't have any plants in front of it. Anyway, that's my second hummingbird
Beautiful.
shot. Now this next shot I submitted recently to the CNPA is doing a requested images from photographers from that are in the Carolina Nature Photographers Association for a pamphlet they're putting together from different regions to show what people take within the Myrtle Beach area, so if you were a member, they wanted you to submit a picture. So I submit the following picture, which is a little blue heron, which got very, very smart. It's basically standing in a man-made water-filled enclosure. It's brick, and it's filled with water, and they use it to grow water lilies. And of course, this is near the end of the season where the lilies will soon be completely gone or dead. And this little blue decided to fly up and land in this lily pad display and start taking out frogs. And in this case, the frog is not a completely developed frog. It still has the tail of the tadpole tail, even though it has the frog legs and the frog arms. So I thought that made it interesting.
And Jeff, you wonder why you don't see that many frogs.
Yeah, this is why I don't see that many frogs.
That's
right there.
Beautiful capture.
So that was my submission for the. Hopefully, it ends up in their flyer that they're doing. And then Bob and I went on a night photography expedition the other day. And there's a place down here called Broadway at the Beach, which is a real touristy area, and they have a man-made water feature like a little pond, and they have speedboats. You could pay money to go on a speedboat ride, high-speed speedboats, a pretty good body of water. You have a lot of walking area. You got a lot of traditional t-shirt shops, gift shops, restaurants, bars, you name it, they have it. And during the summer months, certain days of the week, they have a fireworks display, at least once a week above the water in that area. So it's very, very touristy. So we like to go through there to get pictures of how things are lit up at night. And so the next few images you're going to see are from that area, and they were all taken with the Z8. In this case, the Z8 with the 24 to 120 Some were handheld. Most of them were on a tripod with a remote shutter release. This first shot here is a 2-second exposure at f13 at ISO 640.
Yeah.
And I brought up the shadows very, very slightly, not much, just to give you a hint of not totally having what's on the bottom of the frame completely dark. But I wanted it to be a very have this look. You know, I didn't want to kind of like undo what I was seeing with my eyes, if you know what I mean.
Beautiful. So this is you and Bob just horsing around?
Well, yeah, we like to do street photography. We like to go to different. We do whatever strikes our fancy, and usually we like to use our film cameras for our vintage film cameras for stuff like this. But this particular night, we took we both were using our 24 to 120s, and he was using his Z5 2, and I was shooting with the Z8.
Yes, I'm referring to the sign.
Yeah, just horsing around,
Exactly.
guys. I'm just horsing around. Now that this next shot was, same lens, same camera. This was a 2-second exposure, and this was cropped a little bit. This was f13 ISO 640, and this is of I put it at f13 because I wanted the starburst effect with the lights.
Exactly.
I also used the slow shutter speed because I wanted the fountains to be blurry, and I wanted to kind of have the wash of color be really like a smooth transition around these statues. And then it was interesting is over here, I don't know if you can see my arrow pointer moving around. In this area, it's kind of neat how these colors here seem to be a little bit more defined and not quite as soft. But there's actually a statue like behind one of these fountains, and I didn't want that one in the image, so I made sure I positioned myself where the spray of the fountain would block it from being in the picture. I just wanted to have these two kids pulling on each other's arms as the main focal point of interest in the shot.
Beautiful. Like it.
The next image. Now this is where I should pull it up, the one that says, the horsing around thing. This was a horsing around shot. I haven't done the next shot. I did something I probably haven't done, no lie, in 30 years. Why I haven't done it in 30 years, I don't know. But I had a brain fart and I said, oh, I'm going to fool around here. I want to try to do something cool. And I call this my ghost shot, because back when I was in high school, they were like, I forget their names, but they were like the world's most famous ghost hunters, and they showed you pictures of, presumably showed you slides at the time. It was slides of ghosts. Here's a picture of the ghost and this ghost and that ghost. Well, if you've been doing photography long enough, you realize that, that's something that's relatively easy to fudge and create your own ghosts. So my vision in this photo was to create ghosts. So this was the reason you have this blue tint is because if I turned around and faced the other way, there was a giant Ferris wheel that had a lot of lights that were changing colors. So every time you took a shot shooting down this stretch where you had shops on both sides, you would have different lighting because it was picking up on the lighting from the Ferris wheel. So in this case, it had a blue tinge. But this is my ghost shot because I'll zoom in here a little bit. Right here, you see five sneakers.
Exactly.
You don't see 6 sneakers, you see 5 sneakers. So either it was a one-legged person or whatever, and you barely see a little bit of the legs and nothing else really. And so I call this my ghost picture. And then you got, a few people that are pretty blurry here, but you got the people sitting on the bench seat that are nice and tack sharp. And so I call this my ghost picture. So I took a whole series of pictures where I have different variations of people in different positions that are either transparent and you see the whole body, but you can like see through them, or you only see part of their body. And in this case, you just see the feet. And I had a great time fooling around doing that. And so I call it my ghost photo. And that was taken at 2.5 seconds.
So, by the way, Jeff, Greg Wilson was asking if you were using tripod.
Yes, I was using a tripod. Yep. Using a tripod. And
But
now my last
you could do that with a monopod as well, correct? Something that.
Yeah. I mean, a little harder, but you can get the monopods there to have the spreadable legs on the bottom, make it a little
just in
easier.
case that you don't want to, in a congested area, having a track.
Well, this is this particular area now with the summer hours. Other than Friday, we did this like on Thursday night, this past Thursday night. And Friday and Saturday are open up till 9 p.m. But on Thursday, they supposedly close at 8 o'clock. And this shot was probably taken more around 9 o'clock. So technically, all these places were still supposed to be closed, but some of the stores were still open. And literally, I don't think we walked out of there till maybe 9:30 p.m. And there were still hundreds of people sitting around and walking around. We did have one drunk guy approach us, telling us it was his birthday and he wanted us to take a picture. And it was kind of bugging Bob more than me, and he kind of bumped Bob's tripod, which didn't go over too well. And we just said, "Look, we're not set up to take portraits. We're set up to take night photography." And his buddy finally moved along and left. But we had that one little encounter with someone that was pretty wasted.
Oh my God!
So you never know what you're gonna run into.
That's the issue with night photography in urban areas. There are creatures of the night.
Yes, you are going to run into all the creatures of the night, and some of the creatures are not creatures that you want to run into. Now, the last shot I'm going to show you was with this is kind of a sneak peek, maybe a future lens discussion on a new lens that I bought that didn't cost a lot of money. And I'm going to show you one of my favorite pictures that I got from it, which is still at Broadway at the beach, but I took it the day earlier during the day when I took my wife there to go shopping during the day. So this next picture was with the Z8 with the relatively new 10 millimeter. It's a 7 Artisans 10 millimeter f2.8 Mark II fisheye lens. It's not a circular fisheye. It has a 185 degree angle of view. So you have to kind of make sure that you don't have your feet in the picture, which is very easy to have your feet in the picture. And because it's a manual focus lens and it doesn't relay data from the lens, I can't give you all the setting information because, I wasn't writing down what my f-stops were because the f-stops don't show up. But this is the image. This is of an old Ferris wheel. I'm not Ferris wheel, carousel. And I got to find my cheat sheet here. I just covered it up. It's driving me crazy here to give you the information on this shot. All right. I'll get it sooner or later. Okay, so this shot was at 1/400th of a second. I don't know what the f-stop was. It was ISO 360. and this is a 185-degree lens, so you don't get a full circular effect. You get curvature along the predominantly along the sides. But I think it actually ends up being a lens that you could use more often. And I took an awful lot of shots, or a fair amount of shots, over a couple of days, and some horsing around in my office area that I'm doing this stream from, and that I will share at a future date, and with a cheat sheet, and kind of give you a little lens review when we can fit it in on the third. The third Saturday of the month show. If we have some dead time, I could bring up some pictures and do a review, or even squeeze it in after a photo review.
Yeah.
But this is the Herschel Spillman carousel. It was built in 1912. And for those of you that maybe have visited Myrtle Beach a lot years ago, we had two amusement parks off of Ocean Boulevard, which basically runs right along the you have Ocean Boulevard, and then you have hotels on both sides of the street, and on one side, the back of those hotels is right at the beach. You're right on the beach. And so you had two amusement parks on this Ocean Boulevard main stretch, where there's little shops and ice cream shops and stuff like that. And my wife and I were here on vacation, where we had a what do they call it, a tornado that kind of comes in from the ocean. Water spout came in and turned into a tornado and ripped the roof off of a building and did a lot of damage, and actually went into this pavilion amusement park while people were on the rides, and did some severe damage to the park. And the park ended up closing in 2006. And then they relocated this, this carousel, and they moved it to that Broadway at the Beach location, and they still call it the Pavilion Amusements, but it's, not owned by the same people. But the lens was only like $236 using my B&H Paybu card. And I love it. It's a very fun lens to use. Like I said, we'll talk about it more at a future date. But I really like this shot. I think it's kind of cool and different.
Yes.
And I had a lot of fun with it. So let me minimize this screen and bring up the other photos from the email. So you guys got to be patient with me here. That's going to take a minute or two to
We
do.
need time. So Roy, the issue with this fisheye lens, correct? That you have to have it in your bag for that rare time when they are the appropriate lens, correct?
You very rarely use a fisheye, but once in a while they really do a good job.
Exactly.
But you have to get really close.
Exactly. But it brings.
Yeah, and it's amazing. I took a picture of my wife when she's looking through one of those, cutouts, with the caricatures, and it has a cutout. You stick your head through it and you take a picture. Literally, I had that lens like
Inches.
6 inches from her face, maybe. I was right on top of her. And it came out really cool. It looked really good. It'll be one of the ones I'll show at a later time.
If your wife, but you have to clear that with your wife first.
No,
You just won't tell her.
Yeah.
You never know.
So I'm going to show you.
So that's the when Jeff is looking for the photo from our friends here. Is that's the dilemma, correct? When do you have it in your bag, ready to be used? Otherwise, you have to say, "Hey, this will look cool with a fisheye," and then you purposely go that day with the fisheye to take that photo. Right? So you have to anticipate.
I'll tell you, I used it for shots that I normally wouldn't think of using it for. And because it's not a full circular, to me, a full circular is extremely limiting. This one is not, and I haven't tried it, but if you have the right corrections, you could probably make the image look like it's rectangular without any distortion at all. But I didn't try to get rid of the distortion. But I did take some pictures that I normally wouldn't have thought about using that lens for, and I actually liked how they came out. And it's really interesting when you take it around architectural structures. You get some really neat effects with that. Like I said, which you will see on a future show. So this is one of the shots from Joey.
Okay.
And this is out of my email, so I apologize that you're not seeing it's not as clean as what you've been seeing on the show, but these came the last minute, so I can't do much about it. I'm not gonna like drag the show out for too long here. So this is one of the images that he sent, and then I'll move it down to show the next one. So he sent these two images in.
He's probably camping or traveling there around the Canadian Rockies.
Yeah. So he sent in a few images, and now I'm going to.
Chuck?
Yeah.
No, these were from Joey Hubbard.
I see you have it for Chuck too.
Yeah, I got two. I got something from Chuck that I'm going to bring up now. So I'm going to get out of that one, and I'm going to open up Chuck's email. And okay, he sent me a shot, which
I saw it. He sent it to me as well, in case that you could.
He sent me a shot, and we will put it up here. And there we go.
Beautiful.
Turtles. Wow.
Yeah. 3 turtles with
a
turtle.
The baby ones that he was talking about that just hatched.
These are pretty small looking, relatively. I mean, they're not real big, real small ones, but they're young ones.
Yeah.
So Chuck, we got it. Thank you, sir.
And I think he said that he took these today. So good. We're getting Chuck out taking beautiful pictures.
Yep.
Fantastic.
And let me go back to. We're going to go back and do our normal review through all the shots. So give me a second to do that, and thank everybody for being patient with me here. But this stuff, it does take a minute or two to move things around, and you get stuff in your face, and it's kind of a pain in the neck, but it is what it is.
And since it's up here behind all the screens and all the windows.
Yeah. So let me get back to our first shot here, and then I will share it. Come on, computer. Share it. And we will go through these, and I don't have my cheat sheet up, so I'm not gonna try to dig it out anymore. I know this is Bob. So we will go through these one at a time for those that came in late.
Yeah, we started with Ghost and ended with Ghost.
We had a ghost shot, and now here's the ghost crab that Bob got. Cleaning out the hole. Cleaning out the hole.
Great.
and then the red-bellied woodpecker in the tree, inside the hole looking out, and outside looking in. And then he got the
painted bunting.
painted bunting. And then from here, we got Gustavo shots of the cacti,
Fish eye, fish hook.
fish hook cactus, along with subsequent images here of beautiful butterfly, queen butterfly, and at least he gets the frogs when they're not down the throat of a bird.
Exactly.
And then he had this beautiful goldfinch. I don't think I've ever seen a goldfinch. This is the first time I've ever seen one. So thanks for showing it, because I heard of them, but I've never seen one. And then we got some images from Luis, different hummingbird photos in difficult lighting situations. This one I like a lot. He got there's a ton of detail in the feathers of that bird. Wonderful.
You see the same effect here with the branches. They photograph it through the branches and how the branches disappear.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes, hey, you don't have a choice. You got to shoot through reeds. You can't get out your weed whacker and cut them down, and you got to shoot through stuff, and then you hope that you get something that's, pleasing to the eye. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't.
Hey, Jeff, but we are not professionals, so we take a lot of photos.
Well, hey, let me tell you, I've seen a lot of professional photos, and they don't necessarily look much different than what a lot of us take on the show. They just, the difference is they make money doing it. But you know what? When you see the effort, like our friend Ron Pollard, the effort to sell yourself, the effort to always be on the road, to have to go everywhere, to make sure that you fill your calendar, that you make enough money to put food on the table. It is not an easy profession. There's a reason why a lot of people don't do it, and there's a reason why people who want to do it don't end up doing it.
Jeff and Leslie.
Jeff and Leslie. And this is the naked lady, Lily. Sorry that we're showing naked ladies on this channel. I hope that the public forgives us. We're rated X for the naked lady shots tonight. And this was good with the small crab in there in the flower.
Incredible. Baby crab spider.
Yep. And then Mr. Stewart shared his source of his living quarters with us when he goes on his field trips out in the middle of nowhere.
Not chubby.
Yeah. And he does. This was using the 600 f4 Nikon with the built-in 1.4 teleconverter to be able to even capture that shot. And then the snow-capped mountain. And here, he took a 10-second shot. So, with the 10-second shot, it kind of has that, you kind of end up with that painterly effect at the bottom of the image here as well. And this is with the 10 millimeter Laowa lens, which is not a fisheye. And then you have his first stab using his star tracker equipment and setting it up and putting together, stacking a whole bunch of images and having a lot of fun. I say I'm being polite and saying he's having a lot of fun. I know he's literally pulling his hair out, learning astrophotography and really diving into the high end of astrophotography. He didn't do it in baby steps. He said if you're starting off at 1 and you go to a 10, he didn't like go from 1 to 2 to 3. He decided to go from a 2 maybe to 10 all at one time. So he's put a lot of pressure on himself here, getting into that genre. And then these are Anita Stewart's shots, canola field. And then subsequent shots of, between bridges and aqueducts, and also this very interesting shot here that Gustavo out where a lot of people call these the Badlands, and every place has a different name for areas with natural erosion, where you get really, really interesting shots like this. People have their own terms to describe it depending on where you live. And then these were at some aqueduct photos that she said would bring water to the farms. And this is on one side, and this is going the other direction with the sunset.
Beautiful.
And then she did get threw in a bird image as well at the end of her shoot. And then Roy was nice enough to send in some very colorful bird images as well. That is a cool looking bird. Oh, beautiful. I've never seen one of those at a pet store, so I guess they don't steal them to sell them, huh?
Very common here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they do, Jeff.
They do. Yeah, I've never seen one in the pet stores where, in my area, where I
It's a
live.
crimson rosella, and that isn't.
And then he's got the eagle waiting for something to come or something to go. He's looking for takeout. Oh, bad joke. Take it out. Looking for takeout. And then another colorful bird.
Rainbow lorikeet.
Yes.
And then Roy's favorite friend. And then we had a series of shots from Martin Hill. This first one being, in the area in which he lives.
The Wiesbaden.
Yeah, Wiesbaden. It's called Wiesbaden.
Yeah, Wiesbaden. Okay, and then he went on a. I guess you could say he went on a trip to find critters, marmots. Found this marmot. Found these rather large. They don't look large, but he says could be a foot long hamsters that are actually active in a cemetery in Vienna. And got a squirrel shot, ground level, nicely done. And then we got some images from Bob Rosato, a couple of the same type of flower. And the second one having a guest visiting. And then he was able to find a airfield where there were some gliders, and was able to get a photograph of one of them being hooked up to a small plane and being dragged behind. And he captured that moment. And these two shots were with the 135 millimeter Nikon Plena lens. And then this was a screen capture that he got that he thought was interesting, because what he thought was a rock, where that third turtle, when you go left to right, is not on a rock, he's on a bigger turtle.
You see, Jeff, you mentioned Ron, and he showed up, right?
Hey, Ron, how you doing? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Thanks for popping in. And then we got a series of shots that Randall took of the ant brigade on the flower here.
Yeah.
Ant brigade. And then you said this was a
This was the house
what
to
building?
the stagecoach. So he ran the
Okay,
stagecoach.
stagecoach owner's
Right.
house. Okay.
And there's the vultures, and they're big.
Walter's on the top.
So,
And then Randall, this is going late into the show, and then Randall decides to, let's make Jeff hungry by showing him a popcorn maker.
and you know what I'm making after
So
this show?
I call that cruel and unusual punishment. And then he captured this water slide of some sort.
It's not a water slide. It's just that water comes out of it, and then whoever's below the drippings gets wet.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not a slide. It's just where water comes.
Not a slide, just a rainfall type of device. Yeah. And then you can't have and not show man's best friend.
I call him mooch hound.
Yeah.
Yeah, he either wants to eat or he wants to walk. So.
And then we got a series of shots from Scuba Rozzi, a dive site that he was lake diving, that he was preparing to do, and then got some underwater shots of pike. So some were up close and personal. I'd say they were all pretty up close and personal, but this one was definitely up close and personal. And then he got a few with his diving partner here, providing a little bit of illumination and interest in the background. And then another one with I believe he said it was a sunfish, if I remember right. And then we've got, we roll into a series of images from Terry from Australia, from down under. Kind of like I guess a spill off from where there probably was a waterfall somewhere farther down. And then this is just like the spill off from it. And then a wonderful minimalistic photo with that shrub or little trees there, a little bit of greenery with the sand and the clouds. Really nice. And then captures this image with that little shaft of light in the foreground that added a lot to the picture. And then then pulls together a shot with multiple colors in the background of this tree, and with a small row of trees, lower trees in the background. And then comes up with this. This was I believe this was a vertical pano, if I remember right.
Yes.
4 shots, was it? I think he said 4. I don't quite remember. I think it was 4. And just the erosion. I mean, it just what gets carved out by nature is just amazing. I don't live where I could see stuff like that. I mean, that's just so cool. And then Gustavo shared with us some really gorgeous flower shots here with beautiful background colors. And then he got this grosbeak,
Yes. Black-headed grosbeak.
with some nice light. And because he couldn't help himself, da-da-da-da-da, hummingbird. But what's nice with this shot too is that what I like about this shot too is it's not a hummingbird that's surrounded by plant life all around it. You got the plants on one side of the frame, and you got the hummingbird, and then you got a blurred out background to the right of the bird, which is nice. Which is nice because it's hard to get that positioning sometimes. Sometimes the plant life is just so overwhelming that you just can't get a shot like this.
And I took
then
many
Bob,
photos.
I'm sorry. What's that?
And I took many photos.
Yeah. And then Bob, our photos, Bob Reppert sent in a few extra shots of some hummingbirds here with the tongue. And we had a little discussion about how the tongue works. Look it up on the internet. You'd be amazed about hummingbird tongues. And then these are ruby-throated hummingbirds, which in this last shot he sent in, you can finally see. You could actually, the light's hitting it right where you get that. You could see the ruby throat on the hummingbird. And then we get into some shots I sent in with the green heron, an interesting type of burrowing wasp of some kind that decided to drill a hole in the ground near this weed, which in its mind is a palm tree for shade, I guess. And then a few more artistic-y or looking hummingbird shot where it kind of looks more like a watercolor painting. And then a more traditional hummingbird shot.
Yes.
And then a shot of a very creative thinking little blue heron in a lily pond display at a botanical gardens. Let's just say taking out the frogs that aren't complete frogs yet, because they still have the. I got another shot of the same bird with a tadpole in its mouth, eating a tadpole. But I like this one better because I've actually never seen a frog with that transition in a bird's mouth
And
before.
they're big.
Yeah, they're big. And then some street photography, or I guess photography shots in a touristy area in Myrtle Beach at night, and ranging anywhere from, I think we were shooting anywhere from 2.5 seconds to 5 seconds, depending on our subject matter. And this was, I called it my ghost shot because I got the ghostly image here. And I did this on purpose. It popped in my head, and I said, I haven't done this in 30 years. So I take these shots. I'm a little more of a story. I take these shots, and I come home and I tell my wife, I go, you won't believe what Bob and I got pictures of. I says, there's ghosts. There's ghosts at Broadway at the beach. We got pictures of ghosts. And she says, are you crazy? What are you talking about? I says, you wait till I have time to look at some of the pictures tomorrow, and I'm going to show them to you. And you tell me that they're not ghosts. So I had this picture, and I showed her a few other pictures, and she's like, she wasn't going to let me bluff her into believing they were really ghosts, of course. And she says, well, they must have been walking real fast or something. I go, well, actually, they're walking normal, but I had a very slow shutter speed, so I made them look transparent or almost disappearing. And but I tried to set the hook and try to make her think that ghosts were real, and I got pictures of them, but it didn't quite work out. And then this was a shot with the with a new 7 Artisans 10mm f2.8 185-degree field of view lens that came out a little while ago, that I really had a lot of fun with. And then I'm just going to show the last 2 images that are in here. Granddaughter, Jim Eads, real Nikon lover's granddaughter. And then a shot of a Starlink launch that went in a different direction than he planned. It normally would have been more up in front. Went in a different direction. But he captured it anyway. He got it. He's lucky enough to get that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to go out and pull up the emails for Joey's shot or Chuck's shot, but that's basically it in a nutshell here.
So with Chuck and Joey sending some images at the end there, we got up to 16 people sharing photos tonight, which is good. We would like to have double that, correct?
Yeah, we really are looking for people to help out and promote the channel. If you don't like it, don't promote it. I'm not asking you to do something you don't want to do. But I mean, if you enjoy the channel, we really, we're not. I'm not, doing a marketing scheme here to try to make money or nothing. I'm just trying to get more people to be part of the community and share what they do. And share what they do, because that's how we learn, right? We do something different. Or we do something with like Randall. We do something with a different. That's funny. Yeah, here you go. You do something different and you share it, right? You capture something different and you share it, and everybody learns from it. And we don't learn if we don't see what other people do. So the more people we get in here, the more people they can share pictures, the more we're all going to learn, the more we get hyped up to go out and grab our camera and take some pictures. That's what it's about. Get ourselves jacked up so we want to go out there and shoot pictures instead of sitting on the couch, watching a Netflix 10-episode streaming thing and not getting off the couch. We want to get you off the couch and get you doing something.
Graham Hill. So it was one of the very important drivers on the.
I think action cameras have changed.
Yeah. Hey.
Yeah.
The early version of a GoPro.
Yeah.
If the image taken is blurry, they blame it on head shake.
Exactly.
Driving your head going.
Probably trying to win the race too. Correct. So imagine that. Great photo. Unfortunately, Troy didn't take that one. But
No, I didn't. Before my time.
Exactly.
Just interesting what people used to have to do to get photos.
Exactly. Nothing new under the sun.
I think we're gonna, I don't want to go another hour, but we'll go a little bit longer. I'm gonna really fly through some rumor stuff quick. I'm gonna have Gustavo put up his slide for what's coming down the road, and I'm just gonna we're just gonna fly through it kind of quick. So we give ourselves a half an hour here to kind of just wrap up the show here. As Randall mentioned, he's got the Z6 III, he's got the firmware 2.0 in the camera now, and there's a whole ton of stuff that got added. I highlighted a few. You guys may want to mention some things that I'm going to try. I might skip over. But the biggest thing was people saying, well, when are we going to get bird subject detection in the camera? And now you do have bird subject detection in the camera. You have the new version of Pixel Shift that where you can have exposure adjustments made during the Pixel Shift process, which is something that came out more recently with this on the Z8 camera, which now got implemented in the Z6 III. And you also have the focus limiter feature, which recently came out with the Z8, which is now in the Z6 III as well. And there are many of us who are Z9 owners that maybe aren't smiling as much as we would like to, because we would like to see these features incorporated into a firmware update for the Z9. It's your flagship camera, guys. Let's get a move on. They added the image authentication via C2PA image provenance via digital certificates, whatever that means. It was the first Nikon camera to have this feature, and unfortunately, there was someone who is a proud viewer, Nikon Rumors, who managed to find a bug or a flaw in that feature, and Nikon has suspended it temporarily while they address that problem. I don't know what specifically he found. I didn't dig into
that he could merge two photos, correct? So, and then put the certification in.
Okay.
So he basically found a way of fooling the system.
Fooling the system. Okay. Now, some people might like this other thing. They added support so that you can use your external mics for doing voice memos. If you do voice memo recording for your images, it's nice that you don't have to use the mic on the camera. That if you want to have a better microphone with better sound, you have a clip-on mic or something, you can do the voice memos doing that. You've got let's see, Pixel Shift that works in combination with Focus Shift or AE bracketing, which was something from the Z8 as well. You got high res zoom, and you can control that with the sub selector. You've got a lot of little things. They did add C15 added for the high speed frame capture, 15 frames a second. They added an interval, they added, fine image quality mode added to high speed frame capture. They added a thickness of setting adjustment to the focus point outline. Some people complain that your full focus point outline is so thin that it's hard to see sometimes, and you can actually make it fatter if you want to make it fatter. And you have live view shooting. You can now use you could zoom it up to 400% from your live view screen if you want to. But there's probably at least 20 other things that, or at least 15 other things that they added in this firmware update. So you can go to Nikon Rumors. You can just go on Nikon USA website, and you can get all the details on all the other stuff. You can use Pixel Shift when you're using a self timer now as well. So there's a whole bunch of extra stuff they added. So a worthy firmware update for the Z6 III. And I was in Best Buy the other day, and we don't have any camera stores where I live anymore. You got Best Buy, which Best Buy, but they had a Z5 II, which was the first time I was able to physically hold a Z5 II, and they had a Z6 III. And I am impressed for the money what is in a Z5 II, but for me, I don't have fat fingers per se, but I have long fingers. And the Z5 II is a little small for me with my size hand. But I think it's a great camera. But the Z6 III fit in my hand
And
much
that
better.
viewfinder is a beauty.
So it's really important, and I mentioned this, and I've gotten beat up for it 100 times when I mention the camera has to feel good in your hands. If it doesn't, here, don't take my advice. Is if it doesn't feel good in your hands, and the switches don't fall in place, the features that you want to use most often don't fall in a natural place where your fingers are, don't buy the doggone thing, and you're not going to believe me, and you're going to buy it anyway, but then you're going to get ticked off because you're going to get so frustrated with the camera, you're just not going to use it. That's what's going to happen. When you buy a camera, ergonomics, the feel of the camera, the positioning of the controls, where they all are, how easy it is for you to get to them is a big part of how well you're going to enjoy using a camera.
And going back a little bit here, just very briefly, they needed to deliver the C9 bear recognition, bear detection on the C6 III. Otherwise, there would have been big troubles. But I think, Jeff, this makes the release of the C9 next firmware almost certain.
Yeah. They're going to have to do at least one more before they come out with a Z9
exactly.
too.
That's what I am. Okay, keep going.
I think they do. Now, DP Review said, well, we already know this because as I wrote this down before it happened, Nikon, they did another price adjustment that went into effect on September 1st. I didn't have a chance to look and see how much of a price adjustment it was, but I'm sure it wasn't anything that made anybody too happy. I noticed when I'm looking at used stuff used cameras on eBay that are in Japan, that they all have a big thing on there now that you could be expected to be paying for tariffs, and you will have to pay when you receive your package. And someone said that I guess they had a $1,000 item and they had to pay $100 extra when it got delivered to their house. So it sounded like at that time it's like $100 per thousand.
No,
extra.
It's two things, Jeff. Is any article below $800 was dispensated of paying any taxes by custom. But now, if they don't pay the custom up front, correct, the postal office had to assess the value, and then you have to pay the customs.
Yeah.
So it's not tariff, it's customs here. So you pay the tariff.
Well, the customs people are the ones that collect the tariffs.
No, but in this case, correct, let's say you bought a used camera, correct, from Japan.
Yeah.
That is whatever price you have. There's no tariffs. It's only the exchange with the yen. Okay, but when it arrives to the post office, if they send it because they have suspended the shipping of small articles, then there is a custom in order before it get released. So things are a little bit more complicated for collectors.
Yeah. But so now that's gonna it's gonna have people thinking twice about buying used gear, depending on how much they're spending for that used gear. There was a new list of discontinued f-mount lenses listed on Nikon Rumors site, like a week ago, a complete and along with the complete list of discontinued lenses. There's a rumored September 10th upcoming here announcement for a video oriented camera called the ZR, which is going to have the red technology inside, based on the Z6 III, using the same sensor supposedly, but the body is going to have a new video orientated design. It's not going to have an EVF. It's going to be brick shaped like a lot of these type of cameras are. I'm not a big fan of the shape of cinema design cameras at all. And it's going to have a very large LCD screen. So it's going to be like a combo platter between a current red model, a Sony FX3, and a Nikon Z30, and a Z6 III. So it's basically, it'd be like the Frankenstein monster of Nikon cameras, apparently. So we'll see what it looks like when it comes out. There's a new film grain feature that's going to be added to the Nikon ZF later this year. It's going to add grain to still images or videos. You'll be able to choose between 3 grain sizes and 6 strength levels. And they paid particular attention to the realism in the grain to try to achieve that analog look like you're shooting with film cameras. That was their goal. And then they suggest that you can get real creative and combine the grain feature with the image recipes that you could create and picture control settings. And then last thing from Nikon rumors is if you've got a lot of different software packages on your computer, and then ON Luminar, ON1, DxO, they all have upgrades to their software along with some others. And if you want to get particular information on what those upgrades were and some pictures of some of the stuff that it now does, go to the Nikon Rumors website or go to the software manufacturer's website for more information. Sony rumors, and this is just sort of question.
We still have to Nikon stuff. The
Okay.
silver color SF.
The silver colored ZF.
ZF, sorry. So
ZF, yeah.
but
Yeah.
It's gone grey with age.
but related to, which I don't know, I mean, if you like that, but related to this that Roy put here, this is actually one thing that I wanted to say. The new 2470 Mark II, which
I,
impressive
I
lens.
got to play with that. I had to play with it last week.
All right.
A
And
really impressive lens.
yes,
I didn't have the Mark One.
I do agree with that, but I do have a prediction or a kind of analysis on this one, because one of the things they did on this one, Jeff, they put the Silky Swift.
Oh yeah, the VCM motor,
Mm.
voice coil motor.
Yeah.
That tells us something, and I haven't seen this being discussed much or not at all. That's saying that the next gen cameras, probably the C9, is going to be able to autofocus quickly, and that's why they have to move to a new motor, a motor that is more capable of going from infinity to short. So speed is of the essence of the Mark IIs because of the cameras that are coming. So this is a window into the future.
Here's the only negative with that lens is because they put the warning on it for people that have pacemakers not to use that lens. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea to use that technology, but I think they're always going to have something made the old way for people that can't
or
use it.
maybe they found a way of isolate that, correct?
Shielding the effects of the magnet somehow down the road.
About how to do that kind of thing.
Or that.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
but anyway,
you have to wear a lead-lined vest when you shoot, like you're getting an X-ray.
or what?
It adds 10 pounds.
Or
to
you just put your hands through a Faraday cage and then shoot the photo. So anyway, so I thought the only reason why I'm delaying this a little bit is because, Jeff, I think this tells something about what's coming.
Yeah.
This is an expensive.
Well, I was surprised they put it in a lower priced lens because it was only in the two most expensive lenses that they made, and to put it in a lens like that took some.
Well, it tells you that
took some balls to do it.
It's coming. Correct. I think all the Mark IIs are going to have this new generation of motors. So
I
anyway.
won't complain.
No, and when you brought up the silver version of the ZF, just for those of you that are like, oh my God, what about my grip? Well, Small Rig came out with 2 grips that have a silver base plate, so it matches and looks good on the silver ZF. So for those of you that want to have the grip, which most of you will, you can get the one with the silver base plate, so it's Art Deco correct, for your ZF camera. Is that it for Nikon, you think, right now?
I'd say one thing about the 2470, it seems to have the sample version I played with seems to have a tiny bit of focus breathing.
Okay.
Especially at the long end. And no one else has mentioned that.
Yeah.
I know it may be just because it's a pre-production model.
Yeah. And you're going to get it, Roy?
So I don't think I'll get it because I've got the Mark One
Okay.
and the F4 and the AFS.
Well, David made the comment at the beginning of the show that, I predict a Z 24 to 120 Mark II, with the same internal focusing, not extending the barrel, with the same focusing methodology.
Pretty nice.
But we'll see. We'll see if they do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hold your breath.
It's also $2,800. So
Exactly.
Yeah. It's none of these lenses anymore are like, you do think twice before you want to plunk down the cash now. I mean, this stuff is getting pretty pricey.
Yeah.
Sony rumors. Let's see. They said A7 V and FX8 question mark. Canon's going to debut supposedly a new 400 millimeter f2.8 with a 1.4 times tele built in for the 2026 Winter Olympics. We shall see if that happens. There's a major issue with delivery of Sony products in Europe due to problems with a warehouse in Germany. Problems started in April, yet to be resolved. They made a comment about the Z8, Z9 sensor exclusivity expiring soon. So they must have had some kind of agreement where they couldn't use the Nikon sensor design in other cameras for a certain period of time. And apparently that's running out because they're saying the Sony A7 V is going to use the same revised fast sensor so we can do oversampling 4K 60 from 8K 60. But now with perfect Sony AI autofocus and open third-party lenses and better battery. So the sensor, so this is a sensor the A7 V will use, and it will be cheaper than the Z8. That's what they're saying. Hope they use good cooling was the comment from Sony rumors. The A7 IV right now, you can get it for $2,098, which is versus their normal pricing of $2,698 up until September 8th. Just out of curiosity, in case you're wondering, which we all know, who is making the most mirrorless cameras. I'm just going to talk about 2024. Canon shipped 2.05 million units, Sony 1.63 million units, Nikon 760,000, and then Fuji was 490,000, Panasonic 160,000, and OM Digital 130,000. And hello to
Mrs. Singh.
Sanjit
Paul. Yeah.
Sanjit Paul. Take it easy. On September 9th, Sigma's supposed to have pre-order links for their new 135 millimeter f1.4, 20 to 200 millimeter f3.5 to 6.3, and the 35 millimeter f1.2 version 2. The Sony FX3 is going to have more competition. You got this Canon C50, which is going to be a 32 megapixel full frame cinema camera, I guess being announced on September 9th, and the new Nikon ZR 24 megapixel full frame cinema camera on September 10th. And then there's supposedly a rumored DJI mirrorless camera may be introduced on September 15th with an L-mount full frame cinema camera with an integrated viewfinder, but less pronounced than the Sony, with the Hasselblad X2D2 color science and the icon menu. And we shall see if that happens or not.
They took that away. So
they took that away.
That
fake
guy
rumor
says, he thinks it was just a big fib. So
big fib. And note regarding the Sigma 200 millimeter f2 lens that sells for $32.99. According to PC Magazine, it does not support rear teleconverters. For those of you who may not realize that, many won't care, and because they're going to use it for indoor sporting events where the 200 millimeter focal length would probably be acceptable. That's my words. PC Magazine gave the lens the Editor Choice Award. I don't know if any of you guys follow Hugh Brownstone. I really like him a lot. He has the Three Blind Men and an Elephant YouTube channel. He did a video on that Sigma 200 millimeter f2 lens, and he does his homework and he rattles off, the pros, the cons, do you need it? Why don't you? Maybe you don't need it at all. Blah blah blah. Goes through it really really well. And at a minimum, I would watch it if you're considering that lens, because let's just put it this way: it will make you think. It will make you think. The guy is really really good about making you think. Fuji rumors. I don't think I'm going to say much about Fuji. We're running out of time. I want Gustavo to be able to have the floor here for a bit of time here. But small cameras are making a big comeback. A lot of people, younger kids want the smaller, lighter cameras. And of course, the X100 6 and even that half frame camera they made are selling very, very, very well. Unfortunately, they can't ship anything.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if you go to B&H Photo and you look up anything Fuji, it's out of stock. If you want to buy a medium frame Fuji, like John talked about, he likes his Fuji, GFX series medium format cameras. Good luck finding one, buddy. There ain't nobody in the States that have them. You cannot find one, period. Not in existence anymore. And Fuji changed their prices as well. They upped their prices on their product as well.
So they do have the new Fuji, the RF, in my local camera store, but they raised the price $200 more. So it was going for $5,300, and now it's at $5,500. So
yeah, they don't have it at B&H or Adorama.
Yeah.
So that's all. I'm gonna quit talking now. I'm gonna let Gustavo throw up a slide and start talking here a little bit, and we're gonna try to get out of here in the next 20 minutes, I hope.
So this is what is upcoming. Sorry, Jeff. I need to advance the slide in the PowerPoint. So as we mentioned earlier in the show, so we have this kind of astrophotography series, correct? And we will start that on September the 20th with an introduction. So the series is being put together by Terry, David, and Bob Rosato. And then on the 20th, we're going to have the first installment of that series. And it will be by Bob Rosato talking about single exposure astrophotography, right? So we also the pipeline, and we have a new Foundland photography by Michael
Dries.
Okay,
Yep.
that will be in November. Correct. Then we have some other ideas about fall photography, the rod techniques, and Sanji is telling us here that he has something prepared also for us. So please do, if you have any topics or idea, let Jeff and I know so that we can try to that we can work with you and put you in the schedule. But we have a new series of presentations and introduction coming about astrophotography coming up in the next show in 2 weeks' time. So this is our calendar. So I mentioned already all of these. So October still open, although I think we have also Terry have finished a presentation on Star Trails, which is already in the pipeline. So we will probably present that in the October show as well, but it can be shared with other things that we have. And these are the thumbnails for the upcoming show. So this is for the series, right? On September the 20th, we saw these deep images of the space images. And of course, this is the invitation for the Mike Dries photography seabirds in Newfoundland. So we are going to end here with Photo Lounge Live October. Remember what Jeff mentioned, that we want to have more participants on that one. That will be Saturday, October the 4th, if I'm correct. And you can keep sending your images to selected images 1 at gmail.com. Again, a JPEG format, 2048 pixels on the long end, all larger. And please try to send the photos the Friday before the meeting, which in this case will be October the 3rd. Okay. If you cannot attend the show in person, please do include a brief description of your photos in the email to Jeff. And that's what I have, Jeff.
Okay. Does anybody, before we call it a night here, does anybody in the chat have any questions for us that we can answer hopefully relatively quickly before we sign off? And if not, I will go back to begging again for everybody's support to try to get other people interested in at least making one visit to the show and seeing if we could set the hook and get them to be a person that wants to participate in our group here, because we all collectively we spend our time putting stuff together. People spend their time as guests on the panel, take away their time from their families and everything. And I don't think it's unrealistic that at this point in time, when we're talking, years now, several years of this channel existing, to hope for at least what I would consider moderate growth. I'm not anticipating, like John was fortunate enough to say, well, you got 500 new subscribers to doing one video. Well, I'm not shooting for that, but I'm only looking to get 25 or 30 more people to participate and be part of this great group that we have already, and to make it better and hopefully add some photos that are different than what we are all taking to spice things up a little bit.
And we will talk
So,
more about this and some other ideas. I mean, we're still looking for input, correct? In the next, in 2 weeks' time, when we do our general meeting, we will have chance to keep discussing this and see how collectively we can improve the channel, but also make it sustainable. Okay? So anyway, thank you guys. Jeff.
Yeah. Everybody have a good night. Roy, Randall, Gustavo, and everyone who was Chuck and John and everybody here that was with us earlier. Celebrate with your fireworks.
Yes,
and thank you so much for being here. And thank you everybody in the chat for spending a good part of the night or early morning, depending on where you live, with us. And we wish you the best, and we will be back in 2 weeks.
September.
As I say, be there or be square.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care, everybody.